Hi guys, this is Christopher here, back coming to you live from Palm Bay, Florida. This is at 7:58 p.m. This is the 2018 midterm election live read the results in just a second. I also want to say that just make sure if I can get some viewers in. I'm gonna head send the link. Oh, I got a viewer already. Nice. Alright, let me go ahead and go to the live stream, see if I see any comments yet. Thank you guys so much for coming down in. I definitely appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for commenting down below on my stream. I really appreciate it. More elections are coming up very soon. More of the midterm election is coming very soon. They did come up with results for Central Florida as we speak, so yeah, we're at an ad, so I had to mute the TV for a second. But anyways, how y'all doing on this fine night? So how are all of you doing on this fine night? Let me go ahead and send my reaction. Let me go ahead and send the link to it on the server so I can go ahead and okay, there we go. All right.
Folks, in half the country, this is the 2018 midterm election.
There it is, folks.
Live from New York City.
Here it is.
Across the country, this is ABC News Election Night 2018. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos. Good evening and welcome to.
There it is, guys. It's the midterm election.
Donald J. Trump shot by winning the White House. Americans are back at the polls, already voting in record numbers for what could be the most consequential midterm election of modern times.
Yes.
Control of Congress, the course of the Trump presidency, our country's future all at stake.
It is.
ABC News election headquarters in New York, our political team in the studio, reporters across the country in key battleground states to track the vote and help us.
Oh, hi, 6R. How you doing?
In the months ahead. This is a national election, and we brought the U.S. Capitol here to help illustrate how things are trending. All 435 seats in the House are up tonight, as are 35 seats in the Senate, just over a third.
Wow.
Voters in 36 states will choose governors.
Here, let me show you guys.
To reshape the political landscape. And all night long, we're going to be laser focused on the two key numbers you see right there, 23 and 2. Congress will change hands as the Democrats pick up 23 seats in the House, 2 in the Senate. The GOP will increase their majority there. We already have some real flip. It is in the House. It's from the state of Virginia. Jennifer Wexton has defeated.
Here's the results. Jennifer Wexton, 57, through Barbara Comstock for 43 for Virginia District 10. As far.
Trump may not be on the ballot tonight, but he's dominated politics and our culture, stirring up strong passions and making this midterm.
Look at that guy. Look at that. 93 Republicans here.
We've asked voters as they leave the polls what they think of President Trump, how it plays into their vote. World News anchor David Muir here with that.
George, we heard it so often from the president in these final weeks. He said, "Pretend I'm on the ballot," and he didn't have to pretend. They went to the ballot today and they voted whether or not they approve of Donald Trump. Take a look at the numbers that are coming in. These are preliminary exit polls.
Here comes the numbers, guys.
44% of voters who turned out to the polls today said they approve of President Trump's job performance. 55% say they disapprove. But on that crucial question of whether or not they voted today because of President Trump, with the president in mind, 26% said they voted to support the president. But look at this, 38% said they oppose President Trump. About a third there said the president is not a factor, but nearly two-thirds of the country heading to the polls today with President Trump in mind.
On their mind.
Look at that guy.
Wow. From a lot of midterms, first midterms for the president's base is energized. Absolutely. And he did 30 rallies in 20 states, George, just since Labor Day. He has been campaigning like the fate of his presidency is at stake. And this is the first time that the nation has been able to go to the polls and to render a judgment on the Trump presidency. And he himself has called it a referendum on his presidency. He's called it a referendum on his presidency. Senior White House correspondent Cecilia Vega. In the last week, the president also chose to focus on immigration, on the border, white-hot rhetoric.
This has been one of the most divisive midterms in our lifetime. The president using the different impulses of voters. You heard him lay out this closing argument crystal clear. America will be illegal immigrants if you do not vote Republicans.
Sorry about that, folks. My phone accidentally fell.
There were some Republican leaders in Congress who wanted to focus on the economy more. We spent a lot of time with voters during this election season.
There we go.
Trump was on their mind.
He was absolutely on their mind. You know, you go out there and you talk to people, you talk from California to Pennsylvania, and they're all talking about immigration. But when it comes down to it, the shadow of Trump is over everything. You could start these conversations about issues, but gradually you turn to Trump and civility and the divided country.
Into two very different
yeah, I kind of know that, officer. You can see. If I see anybody do that, I would not worry about it. If it gets very repetitive, I'll just remove them from the live stream. Here, guys, let me show you something.
Competitive races. We call these the key races all across the country.
14.
Republicans are on defense. Each one of these little pieces here is a key congressional race. And you can see chunks in New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Texas, and we're tracking more than a dozen races out in California. When you look at this, it may look like a political jigsaw puzzle, but each piece is important. So we've taken all these races and we've put them on our battleground board right here.
Wow, look at that, guys. Look at that. Wow. Oh, by the way, guys, I changed my TV to Tree TV. Do you guys like it? I hope you do.
They have to flip, and so far tonight, George, when we look at the board right here, they have been able to flip one seat, as you mentioned, Virginia 10. Republicans were able to hold Indiana 2, Florida 16, and Florida 25. Those just coming in right now, George. But it's still very early in the night. We're still tracking 93 races.
93 races.
93 races. Wow.
And a very different story because Democrats are on defense.
Thanks, Hunter. Thanks.
Look at all that blue there. We're tracking 35 Senate races right now. And when we go back to our battleground, our chipboard here, you can see all of that blue. We've already had some Democrats.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Virginia, Vermont, Ohio, Massachusetts, Maryland, Rhode Island. But we're really tracking, George, 14 key races. You can see the Dems have 10. These are states where President Trump won and Democrats are on defense. But there are some red states as well. Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Tennessee. We're also watching closely.
And Nate Silver thank you, Tom. Nate Silver from Fire Theory, your statistics guru here as well. And your forecast going into the election night reflected what we saw in the national.
Yeah, no, I mean, expected a big split between the House and the Senate, where there's so much territory Democrats are defending the Senate and so much for the GOP in the House.
218 control, look at that, guys.
Any truly toss-up races called? The Robert
yep.
Was expected.
Wow, 6 views are coming in. Keep them coming. Keep it coming, guys.
We'll have to see who wins all the toss-up races, but
just to remind everybody, you see, you had coming into tonight.
Sense of control in the House, 4 out of 85. Whoa.
5% now, it's 81% for Democrats in the House, and in the Senate, you can see, difficult math for Democrats in the Senate. The Indiana race, although we have to know where the votes came from, does not look terribly great for Democrats right now, and so, maybe for a change, it'll be a night where the polls got the story mostly right.
Okay, as Tom said, we have some results coming in the Senate. I want to give you those.
Oh, here comes the result, guys. Here it comes. For Senate Vermont, Bernie Sanders got 62%, and Lawrence Zupon got 32%, so Senate Virginia is Tim Kaine with 52%, Corey Stewart 46%. Elizabeth is the winner for Senate, for the Massachusetts of Senate. Senate of Ohio, Sherrod Brown 59, Jim Brisson 51. So guys, I suggest keep voting, especially let me turn that down a little bit so you all can hear me a little bit. Keep voting, guys. Tell me who's gonna win for each Senate, governor and anything. Put your predictions on the chat below, and I'll see if you guys are right.
Because what you see there is the exact opposite of what you saw with the Senate map. 36 governor's races,
36? Dang.
Of those 26, 12
Turn this over.
So it's going to be a very tough night. Republicans in the White House are going to be looking at who's going to be drawing those maps in 2020 and 2021 for redistricting of congressional seats. And so that's what I'm going to be watching tonight. The governor's races, and watch some of those key Senate races, especially Indiana.
That's weird to keep an eye on the House and Senate. Matthew, you've been talking about those governor races as well.
Yeah, I think the governor's races, when you take a look at the long-term implications for the party, they control redistricting, they control the budgets, they control the policy, and it's actually where you target the races in a 2020 presidential election. So I agree with the governor, especially the governor's races in those Midwestern states, Iowa, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania is obviously already done, is the places that Donald Trump won the presidency. And if those states over the course of the night turn blue, it's a problematic situation going forward there.
Republicans,
Florida would be very important.
big governors right there. Republican Senator Alex Castellanos, talk a little bit more about how this really does feel like a presidential election.
You know, this is really not an off-year election. It's a presidential election that's just an off-year. We're seeing record turnout like we've never seen before, and it's all about Donald Trump. He really
Oh boy, Donald Trump.
ballot.
People keep talking about Donald Trump because my state won the vote for Donald Trump in the 2016 election.
We see a Republican Party that's not the old country club Republican Party. It's outsiders, populists, working class, angry about immigration and national identity. He is leading both parties right now, not always in a good way.
And Meghan McCain, one
Clearly.
of the questions right there is going to be, as the president binds the base of his party closer to him, who is he pushing on?
Yeah, and I think my home state of Arizona is a great example of this. We could possibly have the first Democratic senator since 1976, since before I was born. It's a complete nail-biter between Kristen Sinema and McSally. And I think what's going on in the country is the face of the country is changing, and nothing is more evident than that than Arizona possibly turning purple tonight.
Not only Arizona, bringing Byron Pitts on that, because we're also seeing the face of the South, political face of the South changing.
Oh, George, that's exactly right. I mean, after tonight, we could have potentially a black governor in Florida and the first black woman governor in the country in Georgia. And it's often been said about Georgia, where I lived and worked for a while, that there are two Georgias, Atlanta and the rest of Georgia. This isn't just about pavement and buildings, but the cultural differences across Georgia. It's the old South and the new South. We'll see which South wins tonight.
Cookie Roberts, women everywhere tonight.
Women everywhere. The gender gap is just enormous. Nationally, what we're looking at is men voting Democratic, Republican pretty evenly. Women voting Democratic by 60% versus 39% for Republicans. That's an enormous difference. It is partly a reaction to President Trump, but it's also true that it's a reaction to the issue they care about most, which is health care. And that is something we're going to be seeing throughout the night.
Top issue tonight, Terry Moran. One thing this election tonight may not do, heal the divides in this nation.
It doesn't look like it, and that is partly, I think, the plan that President Trump had. Going into this midterm a couple of months ago, it was more or less a normal midterm election.
Normal? That's an understatement.
On the economy, on health care. And he, after the Kavanaugh nomination, deliberately turned it to those divisive cultural issues where he can fill his rallies and drive his base to vote. He decided to campaign on this turf.
And we're seeing the results tonight. We do have Rob.
Oh, here comes results, guys. For Senate of Indiana, Joe Donnelly, 41%. Mike Braun ahead of us, with 55%. Here come more results. West Virginia, Joe McCain and Patrick Morty, 44%. In my state of Florida, Bill Nelson and Rick Scott are tied with 50%, so it's a tie with Senate in my state. Well, that's insane.
We're seeing initially you saw some really good reporting, for example, in Florida. You didn't have a panhandle in, and that was better for Democrats, for example, than when you have a panhandle and election day vote. Seems to have tightened some of that a little bit. The overall story hasn't changed.
Guys in the comments, who's watching this, what are you thinking about the election so far?
Bad as Republican now.
Let me turn that down, let me mute that a little bit. Before we get back to it, what is your guys' thought on the election so far? Let me know in the live chat below. Okay, going to commercial break here. Anyways, guys, alright, just going to commercial break here. What are you guys thinking about the election so far? Let me know in the live chat below. I'd like to hear his thoughts about it. So, and I know, I got 6 people watching, and that is pretty cool, I have to say. Bubbles. Woo. Documentary. Ooh, I'm old. Okay, let's go back to normal here. Okay, let me mute that. I don't think you're gonna want to have ads on this thing. Well, Hunter, let me ask you this question: who do you predict might win the and the House on your state? Now, Hunter, let me ask you this question: who would win? Who do you predict might win? Okay. I'm not sure. What state do you live in, by the way? I just want to know. What state do you live in, Hunter, by the way? Alabama. Okay, I don't think they got into that result yet, but they did get the result on my state. Right now, in my state of Florida, for the Senate, it's kind of a little bit of a tie here between Bill Nelson and Posey, I think. But that could change. We all know that. And hi, Andrew. How you doing? But that could change. We all know that. Alright. Oh, bro. I hope so too. I hope so too, Mr. Hunter. Nelson and Rich Scott are tied at the moment here for Florida Senate. I'll get back to you guys. Once we get back to the results of the election here. Here it comes, guys.
And we are back here at ABC News election headquarters here in New York. That is what it looks like in the House right now. Democrats have picked up one seat, one change. They need 23 to take control. Those are the overall numbers coming in the House right now. Of course, we're going to be following that all night long. We've also been talking about it all day long as they leave the polls. Wilderness anchor David Muir here with that. Let's talk about the issues that were top of mind.
Yeah, we heard so much from President Trump about caravan, Kavanaugh law and order, as Cecilia pointed out at the
Oh,
top of the
thank you,
broadcast
Andrew.
here. But when you dive into the issues, this is what voters said when they left the polls today.
Oh,
Most
thank you, Andrew
important issue
Hawkins.
facing the country. Look at this. By a large margin, 41% saying healthcare is the most important issue. 23%.
Oh, look at this, guys. Let me show you the results here.
Which has been Donald Trump's #1 topic in the final weeks of the campaign. 21% of the economy. Obviously, the president was hoping, the White House was hoping the economy would lose our numbers last Friday, but healthcare issue #1. And what a drastic change from midterms past for healthcare could perhaps ruin some of these Democrats in races tonight, given the fact that it's now important and many Americans believe that perhaps the Democrats have made the better argument that they'll stay increases.
Yeah, healthcare usually works against the last people who took action on the issue in midterm elections. I want to bring in Tom Yamas to take a deeper dive into some of these numbers coming in the key Senate races. Let's start with Indiana there. What are you seeing?
All right, George, so we can see that Ron slightly on top here. Senator Donnelly in a little bit of trouble, but only 46% so far of that vote's in. Let's take a deeper dive here. And, you know, the problem for Democrats here is that it's 4 versus 88. And what I mean by that is that Democrats pull most of their votes out of 4 counties, where Republicans pull out of 88 counties. In Indiana, they talk about donut counties. All these suburb counties around Indianapolis. George, during the break, I was looking at some of the data. The 4 counties the Democrats pull from, Indianapolis right here. Mary, he's at 62%. Gary, Indiana, that's where the president just was. Lake County. And then over here, St. Joseph, This is where Notre Dame is. He's outperforming Hillary Clinton in each one of those counties.
And John Carl, of course, this is so important. The president spent a lot of time in Indiana, of course, also the home state of Vice President Mike Pence.
He's been to Indiana more than any other state. 4 visits to Indiana. Mike Pence, his home state, they're working it very hard. This is, they saw as perhaps their best chance outside of North Dakota to pick off a Democratic Senate.
And they're feeling good about what they see so far in the state of Indiana. Tom, let's take a look at Florida.
All right, let's take a look at Florida. Dug into some of the numbers here as well during our break. George, when we talk about Florida, we split it up into 3 parts. We have South Florida, we have the Panhandle, and then we have the I-4, which I think will decide who wins this race. I was tracking the numbers early in South Florida. More diverse voters, younger voters, more Hispanics in South Florida. In Miami-Dade County, in Broward County, in Palm Beach County, Nelson's tracking pretty much what Hillary Clinton did. The right now here, we have 98% precincts reporting in South Florida, but overall in the state, let's see where we're at, 90 reporting, it's dead even. The problem for Nelson right now, there's a couple of these very small counties that are very red that could help Rick Scott. We'll have to wait and see. One good sign, Duval County, Jacksonville, Nelson's on top there. That's a bellwether. Republicans tend to do better there. That's a good number for him.
What do we see in the governor's race in Florida?
The governor's race in Florida, let's take a look. Let's jump over there. Of course, Andrew Gillum. Let's see here. Back in the governor's race. Zoom in here. Really close to George DeSantis, barely on top, 90% reporting. But again, we're basically seeing the same map. We thought there'd be a lot of connection between Gillum and Nelson. It's almost exactly the same. Duval County, where DeSantis is actually from, Gillum's on top. You can see South Florida as well.
Gillum, governor for Florida, Gillum is pretty close, and DeSantis is ahead by 50%.
In the I-4 corridor, Pinellas County, which is one of these bellwether counties we've been watching pretty closely, we know that Gillum's up there, 50 to 47. It's really close, though.
And George, very important point. 90% of Florida has reported, but only 51% of Broward County, that's a very solidly Democratic county down south, and only 75% of Miami-Dade County. There are a lot of Democratic votes in both those counties, and a lot of votes still in the county.
And I want to go to Florida right now. Whit Johnson is in Tallahassee, Gillum headquarters in Tallahassee. You had a bit of a rain scare earlier.
Oh, Tallahassee had a rain scare. Oh, jeez.
In Florida on election night, well, we weren't expecting the rain that we saw here. All the media had to be rushed off the platform for a period of time. We had power surges, power outages here. The rain has cleared for a moment after some thunder and lightning. You can see behind me, this is Gillum headquarters here at Florida A&M University. The crowds have come in. They're starting to gather here. But we talked to voters throughout Florida here today, and all of them said the same message. And they were casting their votes not just for the local candidates, but really to either vote in support or against the Trump agenda. If we're looking at the governor's race, Tallahassee Mayor Andrew Gillum, an underdog, was not expected to win in the primary. He won with massive outside support. Bernie Sanders was an early supporter. President Obama, Hillary Clinton, millions of dollars came in from mega donors like Tom Steyer, like George Soros. He's going up against Ron DeSantis, the Republican, the congressman who actually resigned his seat so that he could focus on this race. He was in lockstep, all in on President Trump. President Trump endorsed him, basically handpicked him early on in the race, and it has been an ugly battle for governor here. Allegations of racism thrown towards DeSantis and some of his supporters, accusations of corruption towards Gillum.
Oh yeah, I'm here, Andrew. I'm just watching something.
But they've been plowing for the Senate race. Many people believe Bill Nelson, if he is to survive here in the state of Florida, up against Governor Rick Scott, then it would likely have to be turnout. Supporters who were pushing for Gillum going to help Nelson win.
Okay, Will Johnson, thanks very much. Matthew, let me bring in on this, because this governor's race was interesting. You have in both Gillum and DeSantis the new cases in the Republican Party defeating in the primaries the established candidates.
Yeah, absolutely. They both beat the candidates that were supposed to win in this. And to me, Florida is one of these key states. The key states is it's a swing state, and both of these races are going to go down to the wire.
Florida is such an important state every single year. Midterm presidential. Matthew Dodd, thanks very much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay, mute that a little bit. We're going to add. Now, hey guys. Alright, going to commercial break here. Any updates on what you guys think of the election so far? Hi. Oh, hi there. How you doing? Oh, you predict Kay Ivey will win. That's fine. The results for Alabama hasn't come back yet. The result for Alabama hasn't come back yet, so... True. That's true. Midterm, Andrew Hawking. Okay, let's...
On Eyewitness News.
If you're just joining us on WFTV, thank you for joining us for Central Florida Decides coverage of Election Night 2018.
We want to get you caught up on some of the top races happening right now in our state. These are the latest numbers of the Typhoon race between Governor Rick Scott and incumbent...
How about both?
70% of the precincts reporting and early voting.
It's still a tie between U.S. Senate and between Rick Scott and Bill Nelson.
Rick Scott, who was behind much of the night, now has pulled ahead of Bill Nelson, who again is the longtime incumbent. These again are the numbers just into a 70% reporting. The other big race that has so much attention, not locally, statewide, and nationally, the governor's race between Ron DeSantis and Andrew Gillum.
Ron DeSantis getting a little high with 50% and Gilliam's 49.
3,575,000 to 3,539,000 with 70% of the precincts reporting. Martha, we've got two huge races and two right now too close to call.
It'll be a long night, apparently.
Andrew Gillum hoping to make history, of course, this evening. Florida has never elected an African-American governor.
And no Democrat has led the state since 1999. Channel 9's Field Sutton is joining us live at the Andrew Gillum Watch Party in Tallahassee. Field, what's the mood like there tonight?
Well, the mood is maybe not quite as good as it was the last time we checked in with you about half an hour ago because, of course, things have flipped, and now DeSantis, as you said, is narrowly ahead, and they're watching all of this unfold on television, just like a lot of our viewers are. Really not what people here wanted to hear, but I don't think that they're willing to give up at this point, certainly. They know that it's really not over till it's over in Florida's notoriously close governor's races. And we know that the campaigners here are watching very closely for what happens as things come in.
I know.
In the Panhandle, that central time zone area, he was just there campaigning yesterday and the day before. Maybe it could have made the difference. We'll only know as time goes on and as the night goes on. Live in Tallahassee, Field Sutton, Channel 9, Eyewitness News.
And Republican Ron DeSantis hoping to ride his wave of endorsements all the way to the governor's mansion. President Trump had been here several times campaigning for him.
Oh, Donald Trump, wonderful.
Donald Trump, Vice President Mike Pence, even U.S. Senator Marco Rubio of Florida got on the bandwagon. Channel 9's Christopher Heath joins us live at the Ron DeSantis Watch Party at the Rosen Center on I-Drive here in Orlando. Chris, I would imagine the atmosphere there is improved from the last time we checked in.
Well, last time we talked, a lot of people here were waiting for that panhandle to come and kind of see where those numbers were going to be. Once again, the panhandle comes in very strong numbers, and that race is neck and neck. The DeSantis people are obviously looking at those panhandle numbers, and they're happy to see those coming in. They're also where there's a lot of precincts down in South Florida that have not turned in yet. That could definitely still be a big deal going forward. You look at a race just this tight, and they are not going to get ahead of themselves being ahead right now, because they do know just about 20-30 minutes ago they were slightly behind. This is a race that they're going to wait and see where everything comes in, and obviously they are very happy that the panhandle turned out. As I told you last time we talked, that is an area the Republicans were a little bit worried about because it is a Republican stronghold, but it's an area that was hit by a hurricane, so they were a little bit worried about how that would go. Right now they're very happy with what they're seeing, but again, until we get all of these precincts reporting, nobody's going to be heading.
That's great. That's great.
It's going to be exciting. Thank you very much, Chris. We're going to continue to
That's
check
great,
back
Andrew
in with
Heatburner.
those two races, Senate and Governor, too close to call. Several important local races we're keeping an eye on tonight, and they're not quite as close.
Oh,
Here are the latest
on this
numbers right now.
board?
This
Let
was
me
called a
see.
minute ago. The
I didn't get it,
Republican
and
Mike Miller against incumbent U.S. Representative Democrat Stephanie Murphy. This was called a while ago.
You might want to send it again, Hawking. Okay, Hawking.
Micah after his long-time run and beats this time Mike Miller. If you are watching on Channel 9,
Murphy is in the lead with 57%, with Miller 43 for U.S. House District 7.
We're also keeping out the governor race, the senator race. I'm sure that ABC is doing that as well, but if you want to have continuous coverage, we've got you covered.
And for those of you who are
Okay, Andrew Hawkins.
Stay with us. Our coverage will continue in just a moment. It's exciting.
Will anybody break the tie between Bill Nelson and Rick Scott? Dang. I have the results of it is still the same. It's still a tie between 50% between Bill Nelson and Rick Scott for senator. Whatever. Okay, Andrew sent me some photos. Let me look at it. Okay, I see some photos here. Let me see if I can show it to you guys on camera. Okay, that light's gonna have to come off because I can't see that much. Yeah, I got the photos of Andrew. I see you got a nice Samsung laptop, by the way. Anyway, wow. Cool. What state do you live in, Hawking? There's some light back in here.
That is the race for the House right now. You see Democrats have taken one seat.
What state do you live in, Hawking?
In order to take control and be tracking that all through tonight, I want to bring in our chief correspondent, Tom Yamas, to get right to the battleground board. And one of the things we're seeing, Tom, is that Democrats of the races, those toss-up races, they've only won one. Republicans have had several.
That's right. And so, like you mentioned,
Well, I've been getting ads on YouTube to be voting for,
here in Florida, look at all these competitive races.
Randy Fine as Republican.
Democrats thought they could compete here. The two big ones, Florida 26 and Florida 27, we don't know yet. But in the end of the same story, both the races we thought were competitive.
Here's the battleground for between Democrat and Republican.
Well. The Charlottesville area of Virginia, Republicans stay with that seat.
And Nate Silver, that's created, it's pretty change in your forecast for the House.
Yeah, look, I mean, you ultimately have to win seats, and so far we've seen Democrats win only one seat. It looks like they will do very well in wealthy suburbs. They're going to have to probably gain more seats than that to comfortably take the House. They're still slight favorites in our forecast, but this is not the best case scenario for Democrats.
So far, they're not reaching into Republican territory.
No, I mean, look, none of these seats have been called for the GOP were truly toss-ups. They were lean and likely Republican seats. They were called pretty fast in some cases, which is not a great sign. But, you know, Florida is not going to be the state that provides Democrats with their margin of victory in the House. That much we can say.
Yeah, and there's no question. If you're going to have a wave, if you're going to have a Democratic wave, you've got to win some of those seats, and we're not seeing that happen. And the race that we're really watching, that early bellwether, Kentucky, the Kentucky 6th Congressional District, we had a really strong Democratic candidate, Amy McGrath.
Amy McGrath is the model for the Democrats. She is a veteran of former Marine Corps fighter pilot. She's had a very civil race. She's tried not to make it about Donald Trump, but this is a very tight race so far. We'll have to watch that.
She's not playing it out yet. We do have a result in the Senate right now. It comes from the state of
Here comes result for Senate. Bob Menden was the winner for Senate from New Jersey. So congratulations, Bob Menden.
That was tough for him. Of course, he was indicted on corruption charges, not convicted. It was a nasty race, but he's going to win it relatively easily.
You know, winning as a Republican in New Jersey is hard. It's really hard, George. There's 930,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans in New Jersey, and it's not easy. And Bob Hugin spent, I think, in excess of $35 million in that race.
Pharmaceutical executive.
And the interesting thing is that, you know, I've heard lots of people say they didn't like Menendez, but they didn't like the president more. And that's what really, I think, happened in New Jersey is that Trump headwind in New Jersey is probably as hard as it is any place in the country.
And that's why that could be one of the states where Democrats hope to pick up a lot of House seats.
I think they will pick up some House seats there tonight, George, for sure.
George, I just want to note on Menendez, this is incredible. He's at a 33% favorable rating, and he won. Two-thirds of the state view him unfavorably.
favorably. Only 27% of the state says he has high standards for ethics, and he won. It was
And that's what I mean.
I guess he got lucky, I guess. That's just me, really.
That tells you everything right there that you need to know, because these people don't like Senator Menendez. They don't trust him. But they said, well, if I have to vote between him and the guy who's going to vote with Trump, I'll vote for him.
There's been a lot of attention on the state of Texas as well, and Congress Senator Ted Cruz up against Congressman Beto O'Rourke in Texas. And Tom, we have some vote coming in now from the state of Texas. Tom,
oh, here comes some votes for that.
Right here.
There it is. For Senate, 53% for Beto O'Rourke for Democrat, and Ted Cruz, 46% as we speak, guys.
Let's talk a little bit more about the exit polls. You see some dramatic swings among groups of voters.
That I know, Andrew, but I can tell you that Ted Cruz is running.
In a matter of 2 years. They backed Donald Trump by 6 points 2 years ago, independents, but let's break it down tonight. Preliminary results coming in right now, but look at how they're voting. 54% of independents in this country are voting for Democratic candidates, 41%.
54% are voting for Democrats, for party active independents,
Moderates by 13 points, but look at this. Democrats are now winning moderates in the midterm by a 29-point margin over Donald Trump, 62% to 35%. They're called swing voters for a reason, and look at what we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, Matthew, you doubt those independents could be the difference in this election.
I think all of these races that we're seeing that are close from the Senate, the governor, and the House races, it becomes independents. It's why Donald Trump's president of the United States, because he won independents in some key states. One of the things that I'm fascinated by, and we'll watch how this night unfolds, and we saw it in 2016, is this is a battle between geography and demography right now. And
geography and demography. Oh well. Anyways.
And Republicans have a geographic map that they've had built up a wall around the country, and that's what we're running into right now.
And they've got a lock on that right now. Let's go to Paula Ferris. We were just talking about that Texas Senate race right there. She's at Beto O'Rourke's headquarters there in Texas. Paula, you spent a lot of time in the state covering this campaign. What are you seeing tonight?
Well, I gotta tell you, everything's bigger in Texas, George, including this Senate race.
Do you think so, Andrew Huberner?
History here in the United States, $110 million has been poured into this state. Congressman Beto O'Rourke will be watching the returns here at a minor league baseball park in El Paso. He's trying to unseat Senator Ted Cruz to become the first Democrat to win that seat since '88. We knew it was going to be an uphill battle, not just because of those statistics, but also 1 in 3 Texans identify as evangelical, George, and we know that they typically go to the GOP and to the Republicans. But
here's the result again from Senate from Texas.
Early voting numbers. Almost 5 million voted early. That's more than voted in total in 2014 in the midterms, and also over 500,000 registered to vote for the first time since March. We're hearing that the 18 to 39 demographic in that early vote is up, but the other demographics are flat. Beto O'Rourke told reporters last night he feels like the momentum is on his side. Cruz told me conversely, he's taking nothing for granted, even though he entered this race with a slight lead in the poll. But it looks like we're going to have a long night, a close night. And George, we're keeping an eye out for one of the greatest political upsets in recent history.
Well, we're going to keep an eye on it right now. Of course, it still is an uphill fight for Beto O'Rourke in the state of Texas. But Donna, he has just electrified the grassroots of the Democratic Party, bringing in tons and tons of money, I think, like online. And a lot of Democrats look at Beto O'Rourke and see Bobby Kennedy.
I don't think they came. The result for that hasn't come out yet. To answer your question, oh, let me turn that down a little. To answer your question, Andrew Hawkins, the result for New York, for the state of New York, hasn't quite come yet. But they did provide the results for Texas as of yet.
Disagrees with me, but I still believe he's someone that we can look at in 2020 and beyond.
Cecilia Vega, what a change we saw in that relationship between President Trump and Ted Cruz.
Night and day. In fact, I
night and day. Good. What did I understand?
Without stumping for Ted Cruz, and they did the man half hug on the stage. They went
phone number, you can go away, please.
Stumping for Ted Cruz, and this is a race the president has been paying close attention to. We know from people in the White House, if Beto O'Rourke were to win this race, Republicans around the country, particularly in this administration, would just have their heads in their hands.
Sorry, Cecilia. Anna Cox joining us also tonight. You spent a lot of time down there in Texas.
Yeah, I'm from Texas, and I did a big story about Ted Cruz. And I just want to weigh in and say, like, although Beto is an amazing candidate, he's electrifying and all that, if it weren't for Ted Cruz, he wouldn't have a chance. People really loathe him.
I think they did. If they haven't quite announced the results for that yet, I don't think.
He sort of had the worst of both worlds, which is to say.
I don't think they got into that yet. I don't think. But all I know is that Bob Mendez has won for New Jersey Senate.
People who don't like President Trump don't like it because he sucked up to Trump. So I think there's a lot of conservative voters that just stayed home on this one. Like, I think he did not get the numbers he needed to get.
Martha, she spoke to a lot of voters in Texas.
I did, and I've talked to them for years, and in 2016, one particular couple was split. He had never voted for anybody but a Republican. He voted with his nose hole.
Nose hole? Really?
I went to him yesterday and asked him who he was voting for. He said, I'm voting for some Dems, some Republicans, but I'm voting for O'Rourke.
And Peter Thompson, I'll bring you in as well. You've been following these ballot security issues. There was an interesting development overnight. They actually had a border control exercise in El Paso, Beto O'Rourke's hometown.
How could you be sure? And do you think so, Andrew Burner?
They did, George.
What am I seeing?
This issue has been percolating throughout the country.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
The whole immigration issue, and I can tell you that the law enforcement community is saying that the immigration issue could backfire at some point because of the whole issue of suppressing votes.
And go ahead, John.
Well, look, this is Ted Cruz went from being lying Ted to being beautiful Ted. I mean, it was just an amazing transformation. And Donald Trump had to campaign for him. The fact that Donald Trump in the closing weeks of the campaign actually made a trip to Texas to campaign for the Republican Senate candidate was pretty incredible.
Matthew, Dad, you live in Austin, Texas. Is Texas really changing that quickly, though?
Well, it's been methodically going. I mean, it used to be a blue state, and
I see.
Converted 25 years ago, and then it became a red state. It's light red, so I think uphill climb. He's got a shot. He's energized everybody, as we recall. But what Beto Cruz might have done, even if he falls short in this race, it's going to be close, is that he might have pushed that speed faster to a purple state, is what he might have done. The fact that we haven't called Texas at this point in the evening is the first time we haven't called Texas at 1 minute after for 30 years.
And you're seeing that in Florida as well, and maybe in Georgia as well. You know, Matt's point about demographics versus the seats. You know, they might be changing neighborhoods that haven't quite changed yet, but this spur of these progressive candidates in those states, even if they lose tonight, have moved those states.
Yeah, I'm just amazed still on a personal level at this reconciliation between Donald Trump and Ted Cruz. I mean, Ted Cruz was the last anti-Trump Republican in that race, and what he said about Trump was terrible. Then Trump said his wife was ugly and his dad helped kill JFK. So politics, acquaints a man with strange bedfellows. It's amazing.
No permanent enemies. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll look at the state of Georgia. Stacey Abrams,
okay, they're going to...
African-American governor of Georgia, the first African-American female governor in the country.
If you didn't hear that, guys, when they come back, they're probably going to look at the results for the state of Georgia. Results for the state of Texas. They did come out with the state of Texas. I know Ted Cruz is running. But dang, is anybody gonna? But dang. Is anybody gonna... Oh, he is. Dang. Kind of ironic since he ran for president in 2016 election, but dropped out. But let's be honest, I'm not sure if... But if anybody gonna break the tie between Bill Nelson and Rich Scott, I really have no clue on this one. 4%? Whoa, okay. So it's getting pretty close. Getting pretty close. But honestly, I'm not sure the tie for Bill Nelson Rick Scott is ever gonna get breaked anytime soon. Okay, we're back.
And we are back here at ABC News election headquarters in New York. That is the Senate board you see right there, and the Republicans have just picked up a seat in the state of Indiana. Incumbent Democrat Joe Donnelly has been defeated by former state rep Mike Braun. You see him right
As we just got into it, Mike Braun has just won Senate for Indiana.
Big sign of relief, and keep in mind that Joe Donnelly was one of those Democrats who had voted for Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court and voted against Kavanaugh. And remember, the president said this was a campaign about the caravan and about Kavanaugh. So this was big, and he went there 4 times, twice in the past week. He was there yesterday. The president worked as hard as any state in Indiana.
What did the exit poll show about that?
It's really when you did
Mike Braun has won for Senate in Indiana.
53% of the voters there approve of Donald Trump. But to get to the Kavanaugh point that John brings up, voting against Brett Kavanaugh, 10% said it was the most important factor, but another 40% said it was important. Half of the voters in Indiana said his vote against Brett Kavanaugh was important. But you have to think, Joe Donnelly, his final ad was him splitting wood, trying to point out to voters in Indiana how often he split with his own party, George, to support President Trump on the border wall, defense spending, traveling across the state in his RV and his flannel. But it was not enough to convince those Trump voters in Indiana that he was their guy.
Meghan McCain, we also saw that Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota, don't have results there. Yeah, but these states are deep red.
Yeah, you see so many Democrats not only running against Republicans, but running against their own party as well. I think of Claire McCaskill coming out saying she's not one of those crazy Democrats. With Donnelly in particular, he was very Trumpy. He defended ICE. He came out in his rhetoric in a very similar style to President Trump. So you see so many people, and I would put Kristen Sinema in this category, Democrats that are not just running in my home state of Arizona, they're not just running against Republicans, but running against their own party as well. The part of the party that doesn't want to become the party of Bernie Sanders and the party of socialism.
Or you could say that the Democratic Party is big enough to hold people that are moderate and truly progressive, whereas the Republican Party has become a party that can't really accept moderation.
Let's remember, too, 6 years ago when Joe Donnelly won, he won against one of the most flawed candidates Indiana ever saw in Murdoch, who was talking about rape and doing outlandish things. And so Joe Donnelly was a guy who knew he was behind all the way for his 6 years. And it's an impossible state for him to win with a candidate who's not flawed and Braun's not flawed.
And Mike Pence is the vice president of the United States. The election apparatus, of course, favored the Republicans. I still believe that Joe Donnelly ran the best possible campaign to be able to stay competitive.
Big win for Mike Pence.
It is a big win for Mike Pence. We have another change in the House. This is coming from the state of Florida. Donna Shalala, Democrat Donna Shalala, former HHS secretary under President Clinton, has defeated Maria Salazar.
This just in. Donna Shalala has just become the winner for Florida District 27.
What this does to your forecast?
So this was kind of a layup for Democrats. It's a race they should have won, and they have won it, and they're winning the low-hanging fruit. They haven't won any really tough toss-up districts yet. They haven't won Kentucky 6, for example. Some of the in our House forecast. So we haven't really seen a big overall shift. In fact, we show Democrats are favored to win the House. They're about 4 and 7 favorites, but that's quite a bit down. They need to win more of the toss-up races outside of wealthy, suburban, diverse areas.
Yeah, just a little over half, more than 80% coming into the night. Cecilia Vega, Donna Shalala had a rough road at the beginning of this campaign.
Yeah, she did, and she had a health scare too. And Hillary Clinton this was one of the few races that Hillary Clinton was out campaigning for and actually welcomed on the campaign trail. We hadn't seen her very often during this former Hillary Clinton district that she won there, but also heavily Latino. And Donna Shalala doesn't speak any Spanish, and that became sort of a bit of an issue in this race when they debated. And she said she wouldn't speak Spanish in it. But again, Hillary Clinton probably campaigned for her there, and it seems to have worked.
The Clinton district won by a Democrat. I want to go back to Indiana right now. Lindsey Davis is there at Joe Donnelly's headquarters.
Hi.
They fought hard. Not that close in the end.
You know what's so interesting, George, is that the room here has not gotten the information just yet. We've been watching them applaud or be reserved at times as the votes have been coming in, as results have been coming in, and the particular station that they're watching has not projected Indiana yet. And so it wasn't all that long ago that when Donnelly's people came out and said, be prepared for a long night. And so people started lining up for the bar, preparing for that long night and hoping that it was going to be a celebratory one. But I think at the end, they knew that this was going to be a hard fight. After all, Indiana has a reputation of being one of the reddest states in the Midwest. It's been described as red as the red barns that dot the corn-lined countryside. This is a state that Donald Trump won with 57% of the vote in 2016, where Hillary Clinton got 38% of the vote. She was only able to win 4 of the 92 counties here. Just as the polls closed, we heard from the Senator Donnelly, the incumbent Democrat. He came down. He seemed very reserved, though he said that he was still optimistic. He talked about how it's an awesome night with tremendous turnout. We've been saying that this is history-making as far as turnout in Indiana for a midterm election. And what's been interesting, David Muir pointed out on one of the exit polls here in Indiana, where 53% of Hoosiers said that it mattered to them. It was very important that he voted against Brett Kavanaugh. And I asked the senator when we heard that news, did he see that as favorable? And he said, you know, I can't say whether that was appealing or not to the Hoosier voters, but I did what I had to do. I felt, well, this was the right thing to do.
Okay, Lindsay, thanks very much. I want you to go back to your board right there. We have the state of Indiana up there, and it shows just how daunting this path was for Donnelly.
We've been talking about this all night, but I want to focus in on Indiana right now because Donnelly actually did really well where he had to. He won those 4 districts, those 4 counties we were talking about earlier, Gary, Indiana, South Bend, Indianapolis, but it was this coalition of red. And we talked about those donut counties, all those counties surrounding Indianapolis, some of those suburbs. He couldn't win those. But we should focus on Indiana for a bit because the reason why Braun wins, it's a coalition of those tiny counties. And when you go into those tiny counties, they're really small, but he's hitting at 63%. He's north at 60 in almost all of these, 75% in some. The Trump voters, the Republican voters, turned out in those areas in big numbers.
They did. And Nate Silver, a pickup here for the Republicans. You had high odds for the Democrats to take over the Senate going into the night, getting a lot higher.
For Republicans, yeah, to keep the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, for Democrats to take it, right, the odds are against them.
Yeah, no, I mean, they have to draw to an inside straight now. Indiana was one of the places that could be a problem for them, but not as difficult as North Dakota, for example, or West Virginia. And so you see, for example, the odds now of a GOP Senate majority are around 95 and 100. It was a tough task to begin with. When you lose toss-ups, I mean, Indiana, that's the most important call of the night so far. It didn't go Democrats' way. It's just problems for Democratic incumbents in other rural states, of which there are a lot elsewhere on the map.
Mary Bruce, you cover Capitol Hill for us every single day. Big night for Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader.
Absolutely. It's a huge night for him. And to Nate's point, so much of whether or not the Senate can flip will come down to those deep red states where Democrats are now in the fight of their life, like Indiana, where you have so many Democrats who are trying to walk this fine line. On one hand, they're trying to show they can work with the president, but they're also trying to show that they can stand up to him. And I've spent a lot of time in these states like Missouri, North Dakota, West Virginia. And what it comes down to for a lot of Republicans there, it's going to be hoping that they get a bounce off of Kavanaugh. So many Democrats hoping that if they hammer healthcare enough, it'll bring them away.
I want to take a look at a couple of those
yeah, I'm here.
States. The vote not ready to project in either of these Senate races yet, but we do have some votes coming in from the state of Tennessee right there.
Here comes some votes from Tennessee, and look at that. It's Marsha Blackburn. Why? 62% for Marsha Blackburn, and 37% for Phil Brennan for Senate of Tennessee.
In the Blackburn headquarters, just outside of Nashville.
I heard you, Andrew Hawkins.
Properly, George, but I will tell you that Marsha Blackburn is in the House watching the election returns. Her staff is incredibly confident and pumped up about what they're seeing in the early returns. But what I will tell you is that Tennessee voters, and remember this is a very deep red state, is very much an open story. It's an uphill climb for partisan, and they offered a very stark contrast to the popular former governor who was basically campaigning on a theme of stability, and yet it seems as
Blackburn has a big lead. Let's take a look at the state of West Virginia.
Here comes the state. Here come results for. Here comes the result for West Virginia. Joe McCain, 52 for Democratic, and Patrick Morey for 44 from Republican. So getting pretty close here a little bit.
He did his best also to hug President Trump when he could, but he really emphasized the issue of health care.
Yeah, he absolutely emphasized the issue of health care. Keep in mind, he was one of the only Democratic senators to vote for Kavanaugh in the hearing and go back to that. And so I think this may be an exception to the rule where the Democrat is able to overcome geography, which is a problem in West Virginia. It's a deep red state, deeply favors Donald Trump. We'll see if Manchin can pull it out. This may be the few areas he can overcome.
This is a close one. Joe Manchin, though, a known quantity in the state of West Virginia.
Absolutely, they know Joe. He says, I'm still a guy that you know, that I'm just a little older. But you saw, George, in that ad where he took aim at the lawsuit filed by 20 AGs in this country.
Including Patrick Morrissey.
Including Morrissey himself.
That would invalidate Obamacare and the pre-existing conditions. We'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, results are coming in from Tennessee, and you're wondering why did I moan and groan on Marsha Blackburn for Senate for Tennessee? I'll give you why. Mainly because Marsha Blackburn, now I hate her. Number one, she tried to write a fake net neutrality bill for allowing ISP to monitor detect what we can do on the internet, and then that's why she's not supporting net neutrality. In any cases, the Democrat for Senate for West Virginia is getting a little bit high on this one, so not so sure how this is gonna work out, but we're gonna have to see what's gonna happen. Hawking, if you got the results for Pennsylvania and Kansas, send it to me on Discord so you don't reveal any outcomes if you don't mind. Okay.
Update on Eyewitness
Central Florida this side. Here it comes.
If you're just joining us on WFTV, thank you so much. You are watching Central Florida The Side's coverage of Election Night 2018.
And it is going to be quite a night. Maybe it may be a morning as well if these continue to come in as close as they are. Let's get you caught up on some of the top races in the state.
So far, it's still a tie between Rick Scott and Bill Nelson. But for governor for Florida, Andrew Gillum, 49%, and Ron DeSantis, 50% for Republican. So 1% close.
The 27th district, which was Ileana Ros-Lehtman's district, she retired. It was an open seat. Donna Shalala, who used to be the Health and Human Services Secretary under Clinton, she won that seat. It's the first time in 30 years that a Democrat will hold that seat in Florida. So that's a pickup for Democrats.
Terry, Mike, thank you very much. We'll be coming back to you throughout the evening. I want to go down to another race that we're watching really closely. That's in Missouri, where the Democratic incumbent Claire McCaskill is fighting a tough Republican challenger to keep her seat. And ABC's Deborah Roberts is right there. Deborah, what are you seeing here?
Hey, Dan. Yeah, fighting for her political life. Claire McCaskill supporters are starting to trickle in. They sort of seem to be a mix of excited and also cautious, reflecting what she has already acknowledged, which is this is going to be a nail-biter. Now, Claire McCaskill is a Democrat in a state that is pretty largely Republican, and she admits that it's been a very tough race. She won by double digits last time. This time, she knows that it is all up in the air. Her Republican challenger, Josh Hawley, has had a lot of support from President Trump.
Brad Paisley and Carrie Underwood host the CMA Awards live November 14th on ABC.
Yeah, she's battling a tough opponent for Senate here, but HQ, you can go away. I'm filming a live stream. What y'all think of the election so far?
Live from New York City and across the country, this is ABC News Election Night 2018. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
9 o'clock here in the East. Polls have now closed in 40 states, although 6 states are keeping their polls open because the lines are so long, the turnout's so long. I want to give you an update on what's happening in the House and Senate so far. So far, Republicans have picked up 1 seat in the Senate. That is the seat in Indiana, Joe Donnelly's seat. They've picked up 1 seat, extended their majority. Democrats have picked up 2 seats in the House. They need 23 to take control. We do have a new result coming in from the House, so this is disappointing to Democrats. It comes from the state.
Coming from the House of Kentucky, District 6, Amy McGrath, 48% for Democrat, and Annie Barr, 51%.
Campaign, it wasn't good enough.
It certainly wasn't good enough, but this is a district that Trump won by 15 points. Her opponent, Andy Barr, looks like will get that 4th term. He was all in on
Andy
Trump.
Barr has won for Senate, for House of Kennedy.
Put in a candidate who was a combat pilot, who was a Marine, but it just didn't take her.
And John Carl, the Democrats said they didn't need Amy McGrath to win. We shouldn't read too much into it. But so far, it just has to be said, the Democrats are having, so far, a lot of vote to come in, a disappointing night.
They are not winning where they thought they were going to win. We have 7 potential pickups in the state of Florida. Republicans have held on to 5 of those seats already. Democrats have only picked up 1. We're still waiting for vote count on there. In Virginia, they've only picked up 1 of the seats they were tracking. So Democrats are not winning in the way they were hoping to win early in the night. But like you said, there's a lot of vote to count.
A lot of vote to come, a lot of suburban vote to come in, Mary Bruce.
Democrats, I'm sure, are not pleased with what they've seen down in Florida, John, but Democrats would also argue that they only need 1 seat in Florida, and one important outstanding seat is the one held by Congressman Curbelo down in Florida, which, of course, is a district where Clinton outperformed Trump.
We do have another result coming in. It's coming in from the Senate. Marsha Blackburn, we were just talking about that. Marsha Blackburn will win the Senate seat in the state
Well,
of Tennessee.
and speaking from Senate, Marsha Blackburn, with 63%, has won the vote for Senate for Tennessee.
This is a red state right now. Let's go back to Juju Che, just outside of Nashville and Blackburn's headquarters.
Well, what we're projecting, George, is that Tennessee is doubling down on Trumpism tonight. You know it's a deep red state, and they will be sending their first female senator from Tennessee. And she's not just any woman, she's a firebrand who calls herself a hardcore, card-carrying conservative and brags about packing a pistol in her purse. She has Velcroed herself to President Trump's agenda. In fact, he came here to this state 3 times to rally for her. In fact, I was there in Chattanooga on Sunday, and one of the biggest applause lines, George, was when they would say, "Don't give another vote to Chuck Schumer or the D.C. Democrats," and that resonated. She was fighting against, as you mentioned, the moderate governor, the very popular here, who basically campaigned against tribalism, against the divisiveness.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if I want to hear that, Officer ABC.
The Bredesen camp was very much hoping for the swift lift, as they called it.
Okay, not so sure if I want to hear that, Officer
previous midterm election, and yet that wasn't enough, nor was the historic turnout of African Americans. Wasn't enough to bring Bredesen anywhere near. Clearly, Marsha Blackburn
was, as predicted by President Trump, the red wall. He said to the extent that there is a blue wave, it will hit a red wall here in Tennessee. And sure enough, that came true.
Georgia Chin, thanks. Mary Bruce, pretty good trade for President Trump there in Tennessee. The outgoing Republican Senator Bob Corker, frequent Trump critic, now he gets a hardcore supporter.
Yeah, a complete 180 there. I mean, President Trump was getting a lot of pushback from Bob Corker, who was one of the few Republicans in the Senate who was very, wasn't shy, was happy to speak his mind, happy to take on President Trump. Now the exact opposite.
Cookie Roberts?
Well, we've been seeing women voting Democratic in a lot of these states, but they voted for Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee. And that tells us something, George, because something we've seen historically is that if Republicans put up a woman candidate, she's likely to get more of the female vote than a male candidate does. She doesn't always win it, but she gets more of it.
Certainly came true for Marsha Blackburn there. What do you see in the exit polls in Tennessee?
It's so interesting. Phil Bredesen did so many things that you think you'd have to do to try to win in Tennessee. He said that Donald Trump was an experienced negotiator. He supported Brett Kavanaugh. He said he was disgusted in both parties by what he saw play out in Capitol Hill. But look in Tennessee, this is what he was up against. He was up against a state where so many people like what they're seeing from President Trump. 57% of the voters in Tennessee approve of the job performance. Was he a factor in your vote? Look at this. 38% said they support Trump, 26% said they oppose him. You break it down by issues in Tennessee, and by far the number one issue, 38% healthcare. He tried to push protecting pre-existing conditions that didn't necessarily work for him. But look at this. This is the most telling number out of the exit poll so far in Tennessee. They actually like Bredesen. They like Phil Bredesen. The problem is, George, they like Donald Trump more.
That's true.
Clearly.
Hearing actually from Donald Trump and his team in the White House.
Yeah, we're told it's a jovial mood in the White House. They're watching returns. They're watching several networks, especially happy with the vote in Indiana, a place the president campaigned in just yesterday. He made that a personal crusade to defeat Joe Donnelly in Indiana. It worked. So happy they're saying no blue wave, at least not yet.
Not seeing it yet. Perhaps the biggest state on the board tonight, the state of Florida. Let's take a look what's happening there right now. First in the Senate race, Bill Nelson coming Democrat up against Rick Scott, the governor.
Oh, Lord, it's still a tie between Bill Nelson and Rick Scott.
In the governor's race.
Governor's still the same so far.
50 again, very, very close. Right there,
but getting pretty close as we speak here.
Always so important. Often close. We're seeing that play out in both the governor's race and the Senate race right now. Chris, you're hearing from Governor Scott?
Yeah, and the Scott people feel very good. They say where the vote that's left out there is about half in the Panhandle, half in Miami-Dade. So they feel like for both DeSantis and for Scott that these margins are going to hold. And I think the other thing that's important to talk about for a guy like Nelson and for Donnelly and for others, you know, they're going to start questioning Chuck Schumer's decision-making. He spent $8.5 million in the last 3 weeks in New Jersey. Then Joe Donnelly and Senator Nelson and whether it's Claire McCaskill, if she has problems later tonight, are going to be wondering. And they're probably going to be sending not thank you notes to Bob Menendez.
We have another result coming in. It's from the state of West Virginia.
Oh, West Virginia coming in. Governor of Georgia, 38. And Joe McKean has just won for Senate for West Virginia.
But Joe mentioned former incumbent senator will hold on to that seat. No pickup for the Republicans there. John Paul, that was a seat Democrats had to hold.
Absolutely had to hold. Also, by the way, that is definitely Donald Trump's best Democratic friend in the United States Senate. Both a good personal relationship and support of them, and also the one and only Democrat who voted for Kavanaugh, to confirm Kavanaugh.
Yeah, take a look at what we're seeing from the exit polls on Joe Manchin. People still like him in West Virginia. That's the thing. He's been around for a long time. 51% of the voters who turned out today say they have a favorable opinion of Joe Manchin. His final days, he was on his motorcycle crisscrossing the state. He actually said that he regretted supporting Hillary Clinton, said he might be open to supporting Donald Trump in 2020 if he agrees with him on a number of issues. And as we know, he famously went against Brett Kavanaugh at the last minute after that Susan Collins speech. He didn't want to be the tipping point on Brett Kavanaugh, but he did come out against Kavanaugh, and it likely helped him in the end.
God, it was so amazing that Joe Manchin could actually survive West Virginia, the reddest of red states.
You don't know Joe. Joe is a fighter. Joe understands the people of West Virginia. He knows that they want somebody who will stand up for them and fight for them. And he ran a kind of campaign right down the middle where he could still appeal to Democrats, but reach out to independents and be able to eke out a victory.
Sure. As a Republican, I can tell you, Joe Manchin was my mentor when I became governor in 2010. He can work with everybody, and they know their governor. It's different. When a governor runs for the United States Senate, they know their governor. They feel like they know him, and the negative ads don't work.
Well,
especially in a state like West Virginia. Let's go back up to the board now, but let's pull up the state of Florida because we are going to be. Let's pull up the Florida Senate. Right
well,
now,
all I'm gonna say Quebec, Andy, is
So, earlier tonight we were talking about how we
it's still a tie between Bill Nelson and Rick Scott for Senate.
In Broward County so far. Right now we're talking about maybe a 60,000 vote gap here. And if you look over at Broward County right now, they have 70% reporting. In Miami-Dade, they're at 87%. I think, just from looking at this race, and even though I know Governor Scott spoke with Governor Christie, a lot of the vote is in the Panhandle. All the vote in South Florida is not in yet. So when you look at Nelson is overperforming in Broward compared to Hillary Clinton. He's underperforming in Miami-Dade, but he's doing well in Orange County, Orlando, in Jacksonville. He's doing well right there. If I'm Bill Nelson right now, I'm watching that vote very closely in Broward and Miami-Dade. If the numbers change, he could stay with his seat.
So, just for comparison's sake, how much of the vote is in up there in the Panhandle?
So look, when we go to these Panhandle votes, I mean, these are very tiny counties. These are some of the most Republican counties. Santa Rosa, they only account for less than 1%, but 100% reporting in here, 81% reporting in here, 100% here. A lot of the Panhandle is in from what we're looking at. South Florida, Broward, Miami-Dade, we need to look at those two counties all night.
Matthew?
I've been through a very close Florida race in 2000. That went on for 31 days. On election night, and just going to keep in mind, on election night, with 98% of the vote in, we had a 50,000 vote lead. George W. Bush in that campaign had a 50,000 vote with 98% of the vote in. And I looked at what was out, which was primarily Broward and Palm Beach and Miami-Dade. That 50,000 vote margin went to 1,100 votes in about 15 minutes when those came in. And so I think what's going to happen in this race right now is this is very telling. I think most everything that is red is in. The deep blue is not fully in.
I'm not sure you know the answer to this, but why does Broward and Miami always come in so late?
Well, you can also look at the voting technology in those areas. Absentee, they have a lot of absentee ballot, but Matt is right. We're going to see this map change in about another hour.
And I'll say one more county, Hillsborough County, which we always thought as the bellwether county in Florida, also still, 10% of the votes.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do that.
And he's up right next door in Pinellas, which is the Tampa suburbs as well. A bellwether county that almost always picks the winner in this state. Let's see where he's at right now. It's one of the smaller counties, but he's at 52.5. That's a good number. Even though it's a smaller county, it's a bellwether county. You want to be up there.
And let's not forget, this is the state that Donald Trump calls his second home. There's a very interesting dynamic between Donald Trump and Rick Scott. Scott really tried to distance himself from Donald Trump pretty much this day after the hurricane. He ran an ad saying, when I don't agree with it, when I don't agree with him, I say it. But we're looking at a number of things in this race right now. Puerto Ricans who have moved to the state of Florida in the wake of Hurricane Maria, and the youth vote. Let's not forget the Parkland massacre. One source on Capitol Hill told me that in this race, not just particularly to Florida, but around the country, the youth vote could end up being the X factor come tonight.
I'll tell you one thing Rick Scott is going to like in these early exit polls, as this is a nail-biter in Florida, it always is, but look at the demographics when you break it down. Donald Trump approval. This is a state that he won by a little more than 1% over Hillary Clinton just 2 years ago. 51% of the voters who turned out in Florida today said they liked the job that President Trump is doing. When asked if he was a factor in the vote, this one is kind of interesting to reconcile with what I just showed you. 22% they said they turned out to support Trump. 33% said they turned out to oppose. But look at that, 43% fully said Trump not a factor. You break down by issues. Let's look at what's important to Florida voters. Healthcare by far, issue number one. We're seeing this over and over again in so many of these important states. And when you break it down from healthcare to pre-existing conditions, which is what Democrats in these final weeks tried to make these campaigns about, 48% say the Democratic Party. But they're
Democrat Party are getting pretty high with pre-existing conditions.
Being attached to them. Cecilia said Rick Scott tried to separate himself, at least when it came to the hurricane and a few other issues. But by and large, Florida voters today said they approve of what they're seeing from Donald Trump.
And Mary, you've been hearing from Democrats in Florida.
Yeah, I've been talking with some top Senate Democratic aides. One just told me Florida is a little too close for them at this point, not feeling very comfortable. Asked what they think of the night overall. 2 words: not great.
That sums it up. We'll be right back.
Okay. Going to commercial break here. Any updates on what you guys think of the election so far? And do you have any predictions? Who will win on your guys' state? Oh, please, somebody break the tie already, please. True, that's true. Yeah, I can see that. I know a friend on YouTube who lives in Canada as well, Quebec Andy. Yeah, I'm just watching ads right now. In any cases, guys, with Donald Trump being... Okay. He says, I'm on the Trump train all the way. I like his winning attitude. He thinks about his own country first, and this is way... I can respect your opinion. I can respect your opinion on that, actually. Except the fact, as long as you respect planning to the Fed, I still don't like the president for reasons I'm not going to get into. Well, I wouldn't be so sure. I mean, like I said, is if you like him, that's your opinion. If I just, I mean, it's just I just don't like the guy for reasons I just really don't want to get into just yet. You'll figure out why. But anyways, the elections is back on.
And the Senate. So far, the Democrats have picked up 2 seats.
Two Democrats so far. Hold on, let me
control in the Senate. So
look at that, guys. Look at that. 141.
The Indiana Senate seat.
I mean, I'm not talking about him being racist. It's just some of the other stuff that he does that negatively impact the country.
Atlanta, Georgia, where Stacey Abrams, the Democrat, had a bid to become the first African-American governor of the state of Georgia, first African-American...
Anyways, I'll talk about that later once we go to commercial, but here comes some results here. Stacey Abrams for Democrat for Georgia, 38%. Brian Kemp, 61 for Republican.
National anthem and singing the Black national anthem. That there are people in line in some of the largest counties, in Fulton County here, and in Gwinnett County, which is north of here.
Well, I'm in different opinions.
I will say that here is that
well, perspective, I have different opinions. Let me turn this down a little bit so you can hear me a little bit. Answer your questions. I'm on different opinions about illegal immigrants, although I can't understand why people would not allow illegal immigrants, because, like, burglars, robbers, and everything else, you just don't know what their motives they have. At the same token, though, for illegal immigrants, it's affected them negatively too. So I'm on different opinions about that, on that so far.
to happen here until tomorrow morning.
Of course, there's only a runoff if neither candidate breaks 50%. There, of course, when people behind it, we do have something coming in right now. It's the governor of Illinois.
Governor of Illinois. Let me get it to you guys.
J.B. Pritzker has defeated the incumbent Republican Bruce Rauner.
Okay,
Venture capitalist
J.B. Pritter for 65% and Bruce Rauner for 30% for Governor of Illinois.
Chris Christie, excuse me, I'm sorry, state of Illinois. I have Florida on my mind. Chris Christie.
Oh, let me show you guys another thing here.
He was a businessman, never quite found his footing in that.
No, Bruce just never listened to people about how to try to work with the Democratic legislature to try to bring people together, get things. He didn't get a budget passed for years. You just can't.
Okay, answer. Well, here's the thing, Quebec Andy. I'm not sure how should I refer you by, but it takes, when it comes to getting citizenship in this country, it takes like weeks or months. It takes like weeks for you to get like citizenship in any country in particular. Depends really on the citizen process. So you see a lot of immigrants coming in. I mean that's. Oh, hold on.
There in the state of Minnesota, she's talked about as a possible 2020 candidate as well.
Here's the Emmy.
Senator Martin Heinrich will get his second term.
Martin Hendrick had just won Senate for New Mexico, 31.
That Martin Heinrich will win the Senate seat in the state of New Mexico. In New York, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand has won.
Senate Kirsten Gillibrand has just won Senate for New York.
Senator
Tammy Baldwin has just won for Senate in Wisconsin.
As well, the women Democrats tonight doing pretty well.
All right.
And I think that we can see across the board that women are turning out. However, I think.
Alright, sorry for not responding. I was just looking at the results here. I see. I see. Well, I'm glad on that, because, I mean, nowadays a lot of people are on the streets doing a lot of illegal stuff like prostitute, drugs, including teenagers nowadays are doing that too, which is pretty bad because... Oh, yeah, I know. Christian has just won Senate for New York, by the way, Andrew Heberner. Christian has just won for, Senate for, New York. And, Tammy Baldwin has won for Wisconsin. Alright, let me turn this back on.
The debate, too, on immigration. But one other thing about Donald Trump, he tells a story at these rallies. A story of American greatness that I think a lot of people plug into. And Democrats talk about health care. What's the story they're telling about our country? And the story that the president is telling a story, it looks like a lot of people are also willing to overlook some of the president's rhetoric, the things that he says that aren't true.
Well, and it is women who we expected to see tonight to be leaving because of that rhetoric. But, you know, you go back to Donald Trump in these rallies, he says, no one knows these crowds like I do, and he's expecting that to illustrate, to reflect itself tonight, these thousands and thousands of people that we've seen in these rallies there.
A lot more vote to count. We'll be right back.
Okay.
When I tried it, I felt better.
Okay, let me mute that. Okay, oh boy. Yeah, I did hear about Andrew Heberner. Andrew Cuomo won the New York governor. I can also tell you, Andrew, that Christian Gillibrand, or whatever her last name was, won for Senate for New York. So right now I'm just going to commercial break here, and we'll come back with more results here. Oh, it sells some blue. I see, Andy, I see. Oh, really? I didn't know that, Andrew Burner. Okay, elections are back on. Let me... Oh, Central Florida decide.
Hey, welcome back. Channel 9's Carla Ray is one of the people we're going to go check on in just a minute. First, we want to tell you about how close this is. This is so close that Andrew Gillum and Ron DeSantis in the governor's race both don't know if they're going to celebrate or they're going to be in sorrow tonight.
Do you want to go live right now?
Huh, the results are still the same.
Watch party as we look at these numbers. So close right now with the
Governor 50 for the Senate and Gilliam 49.
Precincts are pointing Field Sutton right now up in Tallahassee with more Field.
Democrats have talked about a nail biter. This is not what people here wanted to see because they watched what was a narrow lead in the beginning whittle away as things have gone by. Now, of course, as you say, DeSantis is favored. They've had several people get up and speak now just in the last half hour saying, look, keep the hope alive. It's not over. And, of course, they're right. Votes come in late from all kinds of places. Some favor Democrats, some favor Republicans. We'll have to see. Live in Tallahassee, Field Sutton, Channel 9, Eyewitness News.
Let's check in right now with Channel 9's Christopher Heath. Joins us live at the Ron DeSantis watch party at the Rosen Center on I-Drive in Orlando. Chris, this is nerve-wracking.
It is. I can see that.
It is nerve-wracking, and right now the DeSantis folks are looking out. They're seeing counties like Calhoun County up in the Panhandle. Not a big county, but a county that hasn't really turned in its results yet. They expect a lot of results there that'll be in their favor. And the ones that are still coming in, you look at Broward County, just put another about 29,000 votes out there. 2/3 went to Gillum, 1/3 went to DeSantis. They're liking what they're seeing.
All right, let's check out the latest numbers. This is a tight one as well between Governor Rick
Will
Scott.
someone ever break the tie between Rick Scott and Bill Nelson? Will somebody please break the tie, please? Cause just look at that, it's getting close here. It's a tie.
Will this be the end of the run after a long run as a U.S. Senator?
Well, no word from Senator Bill Nelson yet at this party. We haven't heard a tweet from him. We've heard not much from him. But if he was here, what he would see is a change in the atmosphere here. Earlier tonight, Democrats in this room were excited about all of the wins they had. They thought that Nelson could take it, but now they're not so sure.
Again, that is Shannon Butler watching closely, and we're going to go now to Carla Ray.
Carla Ray is live at Rick Scott's watch party in Naples. Carla, what's the feeling there?
Yeah, much like Shannon's party, the actual candidate is not here yet. We have not seen the governor, but I would say that the mood in this room is cautiously optimistic. They are cheering every time that they see those percentages come up on the screens behind me. Even though it's about 1% difference right now, they think that this is going to go Scott's way. Back to you.
Right, and there are several other important races that we and the team here are keeping an eye on tonight.
Let's take a look at some of those numbers. Retiring Orlando Police Chief John Mina has been elected Orange County Sheriff. As we go through some of these graphics, you'll see that he is the winner. Mina defeated former FHP Trooper Joe Lopez and businessman...
Mina has won for Orange County Sheriff.
His numbers are a little bit closer than I think Mina was thinking. Amendment 4 will restore voting rights for felons that needed 60% approval. Remember, that's how these amendments need to pass. You have to get 60% of the vote, and that, in fact, happened.
It did. Amendment 13, another one that passed, was 60%. Wagering on live dog races, it needs 60% approval to pass, and it got 69%. It passed. And coming up over on TV...
And dog racing 69. Wow, wonderful. For ending dog racing. Good, good. I like to see that. Because dog racing is bad.
There will be not only the animals. The animals, of course, will be retired when this becomes law, and that means also jobs will be lost, income, tax money, things like that will be lost. But the compassion for the animals may have been what swayed voters to say yes to Amendment 13, the banning of dog racing in Florida. There were only a handful of states still left that allowed for that to happen. Florida was one of the pioneers in this, and no longer will dog racing be a part of the fabric in Florida. The voters have spoken, and they have said yes to Amendment 13, which means no more dog racing.
And those two races that are so tight right now, too early to call, the governor race and the Senate race as well. We are here crunching the numbers because that's what basically it comes down to.
Stay with us.
Been injured in a car accident? Call Pound Law from your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan. Pound Law.
Mute that. So yeah, guys, for Amendment 13 of banning dogs racing in Florida, has 69% saying yes to end it. And I think that's good because, let's be honest, I don't know if dog racing is a good idea. I don't know if it's cruel or not because dog fighting is already cruel enough already. Racing? I don't know. But I can tell you, Mina has just won for for a sheriff for Orange County. Okay, elections are back on. Let me.
Back here at ABC News election headquarters here in New York, 9:30 in the East. That's a look at what's happening in the Senate so far. Republicans have picked up one seat in the Senate, the seat of Joe Donnelly in the state of Indiana. Let's take a look at the House. Democrats so far have picked up 2 seats.
2 seats in the Republican and.
To take control. It's coming in slowly for the Democrats, not as quickly as they had hoped. We do have some more House races coming in. We don't have to project. We want to.
All right, Debbie Marson Powell, 51 for Democrat, and Carlos Cabello for 49 for Florida District for the House.
Seeking the 3rd term. Donna Brazil, this is one Democrats have high hopes for.
Look, Democrats put a lot of resources in this race. The night is still young, George, and while many people believe that Democrats can overcome the hurdles of gerrymandering, many of these seats are very difficult to win. They should be called reserve seats because they're so red. Democrats need to not only get out their vote, but also attract independents and to get millennials.
Yeah, I hope so too, Nick.
In some places, it's
I hope so
to be
too,
a very
Nicholas.
difficult hurdle.
Also looking at the state of Virginia, where the Democrat Elaine Luria is up against the incumbent Congressman Scott Taylor. She is.
All right, Elaine Laura, Democrat, 51, and Scott Taylor, 49, for the House of Virginia, District 2.
Who is a retired Navy SEAL. So that kind of the battle of the Navy going there. She's an engineer. She's a very, very smart woman. But it's unclear whether she was able to capitalize on a kind of a mini scandal with Scott Taylor about some signatures he was, some of his people were trying to get apparently signing on to independents to challenge her. One fun fact about this, Luria voted for Taylor in the primary and the general election in 2016. She's running against him now. She's doing fairly well. Trump, of course, in this district won by a very slim margin, but a big, big military community.
What a difference 2 years makes. Mary Bruce, this is a race the Democrats had identified they really thought they were going to win.
Yeah, and so far, look, Democrats have not been seeing a lot of those races that they were looking for turning their way. But it is early, but that wave that they were expecting, you're not seeing that crest just yet. But keep in mind what states they're still keeping a close eye on. Pennsylvania, Virginia, New Jersey, a lot of those races the Democrats are closely watching. We still are waiting to hear.
Waiting to hear that. We're also waiting to hear from the state of North Carolina, where Dan McCready, an Iraq War veteran, Democrat, is up against the Mark.
All right, it's getting pretty close to the Democrat. Dan McCready, 49, Democrat. Mark Harris, 50, for North Carolina District 9 House. Getting pretty close, guys.
Represented by a Democrat in 55 years, Mark Harris, a Southern Baptist preacher. He's very leaning full into Trump. Dan McCready, the Iraq War veteran, he touts his Christian roots, saying he was baptized while in Iraq with water from the Euphrates River.
Waiting for New Jersey to come in, one of the key races there in the state of New Jersey. Andrew Kim, the Democrat, up against
Andrew Kim for 36% for Democrat, And Tom MacArthur, 62%, very in the lead for New Jersey for the House of District 3. So it's getting pretty close here. Damn.
And Republicans were worried going tonight that there could be a bloodbath in New Jersey. I had one Republican operative tell me you could see a situation where they lost all their House seats. That's not happening. That is not happening. We've seen Chris Smith won. That was a safe district. And we see MacArthur with a lead there.
Chris, of the incumbent Republicans in danger in New Jersey, is MacArthur one who has the best shot?
MacArthur will be the strongest district of the ones that are in play. CD2, which was Frank Lobianco, was retired. That one will probably be lost tonight to Jeff Van Drew, a Democratic state senator. And the one to really watch tonight, I think, about whether the Democrats are going to get a majority or not, is the 7th district. That's Leonard Lance against Tom Malinowski. There has been a ton of money spent there. Lance is a long time. His father was a legislator. His grandfather was a legislator. His father wrote the New Jersey Constitution. He's the Republican against Malinowski.
That's basically sums Trump in a nutshell, Nicholas. Thank you very much.
They tell us a lot about who's going to win the House.
Let's go back to Nate Silver right now. What are you seeing in your forecast now as this vote is coming in?
So we are waiting for calls. We're in a bit of a holding pattern like the rest of the country, I think. There are a few races. Mike Kaufman's district in Colorado, for example, is a likely Democratic pickup. We have not called it yet. There are a couple in Virginia where Democrats are up by a percentage point or so, but 90% plus of the vote is in. I don't know if you can pull up the graphic. We do show a graphic that shows the range of uncertainty in the outlook. So you've gone from 30-something Democratic pickups to 20-something, but there is still a big range. It is ultimately about calling seats and picking up seats. There are going to be some called, I would think, the next half hour or so. But it's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a long, but just as we compare to where we're at the beginning of the night, are you now, from what we've seen come in so far, even though a lot has not come in, I think coming into tonight you saw the average Democratic pickup was, what, 38?
36.
36 seats.
Yeah. That's a range, from 20 to 55, and we'll probably wind up within that range, and that's narrowed a little bit. But what's happened is that the opportunity for Democrats to win in very Trump-leaning areas. They thought they could pick up a seat in West Virginia, for example. That was called very early against Ojeda, the Democrat. If you ask me to bet, and our model does make bets, it would say more likely than not they get there in the suburbs and maybe get there a little bit out west. I mean, California's going to be a big part of the story. But the really big blue wave, where they win 45 seats, you have to go deep into Trump territory, and they haven't really won any of those races yet.
Yeah, Tom, go to your board, because you can see it right there. You see all those red check marks on the board of the states that have come in early.
You see them all here. Florida, they're still performing well. Republicans did very well in Florida, only losing so far 27. We're still holding out in 26. But, George, the other thing we have to talk about here, we're still waiting on 85 races. There are several races in California where Democrats think they're going to do well. There are races in Texas that Democrats feel they can pick up some seats. We still have Michigan. We still have seats in New Jersey. And, of course, we haven't even talked about Pennsylvania yet. Redistricting there is going to help Democrats.
Matthew, you talked about Florida in 2000. If we're waiting for California House seats, we could be waiting a month.
Oh, yeah, that's the true thing.
A chunk of those are ballots by mail. They have to count them over days and days and days and days. If we get to California and the Democrats are at 20 seats or 19 seats, we could be here 10 days from now.
Okay, for right now, let's take a look at the big state of Florida. Tom, let's put the Florida Senators here and keep an eye on that all night long right now. Still close there in the state of Florida, the biggest prize of the night.
George, this has gotten really, really interesting. So, Scott, look, we have all these people voting. We're at 3.8 million, and what's come down to right now is about 60,000 votes an hour ago. Scott's picked that up he's opened the margin only by 4,000 votes, but that's what we're talking about. It's so close, and it has come down to Broward and Miami-Dade County. I've been checking all over the state to see how some of the other bellwethers were doing, and Nelson's doing well, like places like St. Lucie, Pinellas County. He's winning all these bellwethers, so he should be doing okay. The problem is he's overperforming in Broward County. He's underperforming in Miami-Dade. Overall in South Florida, when we talk about Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade County, Rick Scott's doing better than President Trump did, and President Trump won this state. So it may have paid off, to go and campaign and tell people in Puerto Rico he cared about them, to break with the president on gun control after Parkland. Those things may have helped Scott, but this race is still so tight. And when we talk about Broward County, and I think it's it's going to come down to Broward, Miami-Dade. 83% reporting. We still have 17% left there and 9% in Miami-Dade.
Okay, what are you seeing in Florida, David?
Well, I think the most important thing to look at Florida is Donald Trump's approval rating. He won by 100,000 votes, as we know, so close, a little more than 1% 2 years ago. 51%, more than half the voters who turned out in Florida say they approve of President Trump's job performance. But Rick, as you know, was an early supporter of Donald Trump, and I was down there after the hurricane, and he took a break from campaigning, and he did not want to talk about the campaign. He wanted to make it clear that it was about the response, and Cecilia alluded to this earlier. They're concerned on both sides of this about the displaced Puerto Rican, the American citizens from Puerto Rico who were there after that Hurricane Maria, and of course the hurricanes this year. Rick Scott's been very careful about distancing himself from the president in moments when he needs to, but then embracing the president in other moments. And I've got to say, they've got to be happy within the Scott camp when they look at these approval ratings. Donald Trump is still very well liked in a state that he's adopted as his home state.
We're hearing from the White House right now. Sarah Sanders came out and spoke to reporters just a couple of minutes ago. I think we have the tape ready. Let's take a look.
I think James Carville said it best when he said anybody that was anticipating a blue wave tonight's not going to get it. Maybe you get a ripple, but I certainly don't think that there's a blue wave.
Sarah, Cecilia Vega, the people in the White House feeling a lot better right now than they did going into today.
George, leading up to tonight, every White House official, senior White House official, and even Republicans on Capitol Hill were convinced that the House would fall to the Democrats. They were heading
don't blame her, Nicholas. Oh, by the way, Nicholas, have you heard about Marsha Blackburn?
Facing things like investigation and the big other I word, impeachment. You heard it there from Sarah Sanders. Now she's sounding a little more like Nancy Pelosi was today, saying we've got this in the bag.
Okay, we do have another result coming in right now.
A result coming in. All right, let's see it.
Well, Congressman Connor Lamb, Democrat, he is switching.
Connor Lamb is just in Pennsylvania. Connor Lamb has just won for District 17 for the House.
District after the state Supreme Court threw out the old districts, and John Carl looks like he's going to win pretty handily there. Third pickup for the Democrats.
He's going to win. He was expected to win. Frankly, his runoff, his special election race was tougher than this one, but another pickup. And remember, if the Democrats are going to win control of the House, they have to basically clean up in Pennsylvania, especially with what we've seen happen in Florida. They've got to do very well in Pennsylvania.
That's so true, especially in the suburbs of Philadelphia.
Absolutely, and this is, again, a place where the redistricting makes all the difference. Most of these states we're looking at have huge Republican advantages in these districts. That's why it's been so tough all along. But Pennsylvania redistricted in favor of the Democrats, and the courts upheld it, and now you're seeing that they're likely to do well there. But that's why this is so important in terms of these gubernatorial races as well, George, because the Democrats have really bad seats drawn for them all around the country.
And you're seeing two different kinds of Democrats running this year. Some very very progressive running. Others like Connor Lamb running as down the line, middle of the road Democrats.
And that is the fight that's coming in the Democratic Party. If this wave does turn into a ripple, or less, that is going to be a big fight that they will have.
Another switch in the state of Pennsylvania. Democrat Mary Gay Scanlon has defeated Pearl Kim. That is another switch there for the Democrats.
This is just in. Mary Scanlon's just won House for Pennsylvania House District 5.
So now fair for Democrats. I think Democrats are going to do very well in Pennsylvania 10, Pennsylvania 16. I spent time in Pennsylvania, Georgia. I found myself on one in Paola, and I kept saying, where the hell am I? And they said Chester County. This is an area where Democrats outside of Philadelphia, they're looking to pick up seats. I think we're going to see a lot of women pick up those seats for Democrats in Pennsylvania.
I know Paola real well. That's where my wife was born. And it is a really Republican swinging district. I think the biggest one, those two we just called were lamps for the Democrats after redistricting. The one you really have to look at is CD1. Because you got an incumbent Congressman Fitzpatrick who is there, who's been popular. It's going to be a very close race. If Fitzpatrick loses, then you're going to really see the Democrats, I think, run the table in Pennsylvania. If he doesn't, that may be another one of those seats like CD7 in New Jersey, where it's going to show that's where they came up short.
Stephanie, this has become a battle of attrition for the House.
Well, I do want to remind everybody that we have most of the country out, and there are a lot of House seats out there that are extremely competitive that are now going to start to come in. We're starting to see Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and, Democrats are still favored to win the House, so I want us to take a deep breath on this. However, It is much harder than anybody thought.
I love when my friends from the Democratic Party are saying it's going to be a long night. That's really good for Republicans, George.
Let's talk to Eva Pilgrim in Philadelphia. Eva.
George, it's a real opportunity for Democrats here in Pennsylvania. We've seen those 2 returns come in, but there could be as many as 6 seats really up for grabs for Democrats here in the state of Pennsylvania. It's because of that redistricting. These districts look...
Nicholas, if you've just seen what I put in the live chat, Carter Lamb has won for House of Pennsylvania District 7, and Democrat Mary Gay Sullivan has just won the House for Pennsylvania District 5.
With real roots from these areas to run in this area so that they could potentially win these 6 seats. If they could get 6 seats in Pennsylvania, that would put a real dent in that 23 that they need to make this flip. The other big story here in Pennsylvania, it's a big night for women. We have seen already Mary Gay Scanlon win. There are
real fun. That's good. That's a good. That's a good one, Nicholas. That's good.
Before tonight, there were no women going to Congress.
Eva, sorry about that. That was the chime. That means there is another switch is coming from the state of Colorado. Where Jason Crow, former...
Oh boy, this is gonna be good. Jason Crow, District 6, the winner.
A veteran.
A veteran defeating a 5-term congressman, Republican, a former Army Ranger, served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He is a first-time candidate. He wasn't even considering a run until Trump won, and it looks like he did it tonight.
Nate, so we're going to have to go to a break right now, but still everything coming in for the Democrats, what they needed.
Yeah, they are getting what they needed. They're not getting any more they need, so their margin's a lot thinner. We don't have the Kaufman College yet in our model. That will help Dems a bit. That's maybe their best pickup so far. They won. Look, they won all the layups. They won all the likely Democratic races. There have been no gigantic surprises. They haven't, again, won a lot of key toss-ups yet, so that means it's going to be like kind of a slog.
Okay, we'll take a quick break.
So many Democrats are winning the election today. Damn. We're getting somewhere with this. Alright guys, so what do you guys think so far of the election? 3 Democrats so far have won the election. This is getting pretty good by the minute. What do you guys think? Man, Democrats are killing it today. Republican, all I know is Braun won for, Braun has won for, Mike Braun had, I think, won for, I forgot what it was. Shit. I'll let you know the results at this time. There are a couple of Republicans that's won. Dang, Nicholas, you are really funny right now. I mean, wow. Nicholas, curiosity speaking, what state do you live in? Okay, back to elections.
Now, ABC News headquarters here in New York. The midterm elections 2018. What you're looking at right there is what we're seeing in the House so far tonight. So far, Democrats have picked up 5 seats in the House. Going to need 23 to take control. Let's look at the Senate. So far, the Republicans have extended their majority in the Senate. They picked up that seat of Joe Donnelly in the state of Indiana. They've extended their majority by 1, but a lot of vote yet to come in here in the midterm elections tonight. I want to take a look now at the Florida governor's race. Tom Dallas, why don't you go back to the board up there? This one is so close right now. The Senate race is close as well. What are we seeing here?
So, George, the first thing that jumped out at me, we've been tracking both the Florida governor's race and the Florida Senate race, both very close. The difference right now between Andrew Gillum and Ron DeSantis is nearly 100,000 votes.
Wow, it's still getting close with Gillum and DeSantis.
Than what's in the Democratic Senate race with Nelson. The conventional wisdom was that Gillum was going to excite the party, he was going to excite Democrats, he would actually lift Nelson. Right now, Nelson's doing slightly better than he is in the state. When you look at the state, Democrats are doing well where they need to be doing well. Like we said earlier, Gillum, like Nelson, he's overperforming in Broward, not doing as well in Miami-Dade, but they're still up there. And the big question remains, what happens in Broward and Miami-Dade County? I still believe this race is going to come down. Both the Senate race and the governor's race is going to come down to South Florida, both Broward and Miami-Dade. And also, George, you got to remember, there's another House race we're watching, Florida 26, Representative Carlos Curbelo. The one thing all these races have in common, Hillary Clinton won in these districts, and that's why we're watching them so close.
Keep an eye on that. We have another result in the
Oh, another result. Let's hear it.
Congressman Jared Polis.
Jared Polis has just won for Colorado.
Jared Polis becoming the first governor of the United States who's actually in sex marriage. Stephanie Cutter, we're seeing a very diverse array of candidates in the Democratic
This just in, guys, Jared Polis has just won for governor for
Polis ran a great race in Colorado. That was a race really defined by local issues that matter to the people of Colorado. It's an important pickup, and it's an important race for us to have. I think Walker Stapleton, the Republican that ran in that race, never really caught on. It became an issue that he wasn't born in Colorado. It was a very localized race, and it's a great win.
And of course, Colorado always an important state in presidential elections as well. Let's dive into the House a little bit more right now. Look at the rock coming in from the state.
Okay, District 66% Chrissy Holland for Pennsylvania and 34 for Craig McCauley.
I know. There's another veteran with a strong showing here. Let me give you a couple of things here. There are about 200 military veterans running for Congress. Incumbents 63, Republicans 102, Democrats 62, male 188, female 12. Chrissy Houlihan is one of those 12.
Donna Brazil, you campaign for?
Campaign? I went to payola. No.
Not payola.
Okay.
My mother-in-law yelled at me if I don't let that get wrong. Come on.
Look, Martha said it. She's one of many veterans that's running across the country. She ran on education, health.
This just in, guys. Governor Jared Polis had just won for governor for Democrats, so that's good news. So Democrats is killing it.
A couple of weeks ago, and she felt very confident. She was sticking very much to the issues up there, and of course her service.
Of course, this is one the Democrats have to win.
Well, and also to take the big picture of Pennsylvania, we have 6 potential picks left for Democrats. Right now, we're tracking the Democrats are leading in all 6 of those. One's very, very tight, just a handful of votes, but they are tracking to do very well in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and we've got another one coming in Pennsylvania right now.
Pennsylvania's coming in.
This is different. We now have a result coming in. This is from the state of Minnesota, where Democrat Dean Phillips is a projected winner.
Dean Phillips for Minnesota has just won for Democrat.
Congressman Eric Paulson seeking a 6th term. This is a Republican in a district won by Clinton, so another Clinton district coming back home to see if they get the Democrats.
And a Republican that kept his distance from Trump, and we were looking for potentially a lot of women defections in these suburbs there. This is the Twin Cities suburbs, a highly educated district with a long history of electing Republican moderates there.
We were just going to pull up state of Pennsylvania. Let's go back to Pennsylvania right there, where we see Susan Wild up against Marty North. Seeing the vote coming in.
Susan Wild, 60% Pennsylvania, 30% Northern Martin.
New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill.
New Jersey, Jay Weber, 42, and Mike Sherrill, 456.
Mikey Sherrill, bright star, Chris Christie for the Democrats.
That's my congressional district, George. Long held by Rodney Freeman, retired. Mikey Sherrill raised more money $7 million than any congressional candidate in New Jersey history. I got 3 pieces of mail from her in the last 10 days. So that's how much money she had to spend. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but she raised an enormous amount of money. Again, a veteran. And a former federal prosecutor.
And you brought up Rodney Fernandez. He's kind of really a dying breed in the Northeast, moderate Republicans.
It's unfortunate because Rodney represented that district for a long time. His father before that for many years. And Rodney was a guy who I think really just got tired of all the contentiousness in Washington. He was chairman of Appropriations Committee, and he retired as chairman of Appropriations.
Part of the reason the Democrats are unhappy because of so many retirements. We do have another switch right now. It's from the state of Kansas.
Oh, it stays at Kansas. Let's hear about this. Sharon Davis.
Who is seeking a 5th term, a pickup for the Democrats in the state.
Sharon Davis just won for Kansas District 3.
Stephanie Cutter, let me start out with Cecilia first. Again, just we talk about the range of diversity in the Democratic Party. What a story she is.
Oh, completely. She is openly gay Native American, now making her the very first Native American woman in Congress. And I should say this comes at a time where President Trump is using this phrase repeatedly, Pocahontas. This was a Republican in a district that Clinton narrowly won, and Trump had tweeted for the Republican in there saying that he was strong on crime and borders.
Democrats have picked up 7 seats. They need 23 to take control. We're going to take a break.
All right. Sorry guys, I'm typing something real quick. I just want to update you guys that, what do you guys think of this election so far? Because right now, Democrat is killing it. Why? Democrats are killing it. Oh, Central Florida. Let's see what this is about.
If you're just joining us on WFTV, thank you so much for watching Central Florida Decides coverage of election night 2018.
The governor and U.S. Senate races are incredibly close right now. First, the latest numbers. Look at
oh boy, getting pretty close here. Damn.
Ron DeSantis now up by roughly 90,000 votes or so, and he is leading Tallahassee Mayor Andrew Gillum. Let's now go to the campaign headquarters, where they're going to hopefully, at least for the folks that are there, celebrate tonight. Christopher Heath, what is the tone there with Ron DeSantis' camp?
You know, they're cautiously optimistic. They are clapping every time a Republican does well. They've got, of course, their favorite Fox News on the broadcast Bobby, but they're still waiting for kind of that last few votes to be called because it's Florida. The race is very tight. They like being...
And the tie for Scott and Nelson has not broken. Uh-huh. I could tell you all that 71% has voted for Amendment 3, voting control of gambling in Florida.
And online, stay with us.
Dang. And not to mention, Marsha Brown had to win for Tennessee. Oh, why? Like, why? Why did it have to come to that?
The country. This is ABC News Election Night 2018. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
And our election headquarters here in New York. And what you see there is the story in the House right now. That is the big story of the night so far.
Well, they're getting pretty. Well, it's getting pretty close, but it's still a tie between Nelson and Scott. Yeah, he is. And I can also state it out that Mike Sherrill for New Jersey District 1 has just won for House. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. Who did I hear that before? Oh yes, Marsha Blackburn. Funny.
So it's really kind of come full circle. Yeah.
Yeah. Brother. I just don't know why Marsha Blackburn had to win that one, because I don't like her very much. Oh, another result coming in. Mac Rose for New York for District 11 has just won for the House in New York. Yeah, and the Democrats, by the way.
Finally picking up some of those that were more truly toss-up. The one you just called in Virginia too. And this
Dang, Democrats are killing it today. I don't know why. Donald Trump, you might as well tell it to the drains. That's all I'm gonna say.
Won a good primary and does a good job out there. This one's a surprise. Republicans are surprised for the Dan Donovan.
Yeah, in fact, they defeated Dan Donovan, defeated the Michael Bloomberg, a strong endorsement from Donald Trump.
Yeah.
They thought he was the strongest candidate. Democrats have taken
I mean, while we still got Still got Republicans winning. Most of the Democrats are killing it.
When you were asked who you want to control the House, these are our exit polls. Preliminary results control the House. 53% of voters that turned out today. Look at this. Want the Democratic Party to control the House, perhaps as a checkout.
Still a long process, though. Let's keep in mind.
Everything right now, 43% want it to stick with the Republican Party. When you break it down, 48% of men.
40% of men are in control of the U.S. House of Democrats. 57 for women, too.
Sometimes so the House, George, as you pointed out, people do believe the economy is good.
According to ABC News as well, too.
Have you felt the effects of this improving economy? Far right of your screen there, 49%, about half of the voters turning out today say they feel exactly the same as a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it only brings to Matthew Dad, because we saw that 10 points that in our exit poll. Normally you would think the 10 points would lead to an easy Democratic vote, but you've seen a lot of changes in our policies. We've become more divided, more polarized, and the effects of gerrymandering.
Well, it's a combination of many things. Harking back to what I said earlier, this is another pillar, another battle between geography and demography. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by 3 million votes, and she lost the Electoral College. Democrats, from our initial exit polling, have a 10-point generic advantage and are not sweeping away with this because they're running against red geography.
Mary Bruce,
Damn. A lot of people vote. Speaking of
Democrats would take control. I think she is like those in the White House all saying now feeling a little bit better than she is to be about.
That's a bummer. Now that you're talking about amendments, Sky, I will say that 69% has voted for yes on banning dog racing in Florida.
But I also think it's we're more than certain that this is going to be a pretty narrow win if they win, and maybe the thing it's not 100% certain is whether or not Nancy Pelosi will be the Speaker of the House. If this is a very narrow win, a very narrow takeover for the Democrats.
Could that be good or what? I don't even know at this point. Oh, more results are coming in. More results are coming in. Doug Ducey for just won governor for Arizona.
I love him. I'm so excited. Tonight we're obviously
By 60%. By 60% so far.
By at least 10 points. If Martha McSally ends up winning, I think it will be in no small part to this man's popularity in Arizona. I'm just
well, Doug.
Really expected it.
He kind of walks the balance beam on President Trump.
He is. He's magically a candidate that somehow gets Trump's endorsement and my mother's. So
Well, Doug in this case is a Republican, so I'm not so. I mean.
Incredibly talented candidate and has been a really good governor. And the thing about what Megan said is absolutely true. We're not ready to call anything yet, but if Martha McSally wins, she has better got a big thank you note for Doug Ducey. If Doug Ducey is going to carry her over the side.
Let's go next door to the city.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look at the Senate race. There where Mitt Romney is projected to win.
I can tell you that more results are coming in, and Mitt Romney has just won for Senate in Utah. Yeah. Not kidding.
Surprisingly, he did not swim right through the primaries. He actually had a runoff, and a lot of people were surprised by that. I've talked to people, I was just in Utah last weekend,
well,
and his goal is to go in with a lot of the Republicans leaving or retiring. He's hoping to beat that and go into the room.
Well, it just came in that he's won for governor for Utah as we speak.
That's what he wants to do. We're going to bring this to you right now because we said Bob Corker, who's been a frequent Trump critic, is not left. As the Senate Jeff Flake also retired from the state of Arizona. Mitt Romney during the presidential campaign gave that scathing.
And not to mention, he ran for president for Republican in the 2012 election against Barack Obama. Yeah, we all know that. Because Obama, let's be honest, was pretty a tough opponent. More results are coming in. Alright, Chrissy Hogan has just won for House of Pennsylvania District 6 by 20%.
Democrats encouraged as these numbers come in.
They're definitely encouraged. You can hear here in this room, they keep cheering every time the one the Democrats
Uh-huh. And Chrissy, by the way, was Democrat, just pointing that out.
This was her race, at least, was one that we were predicting that Democrats would win. And the Democrats should pick up some of the seats here in Pennsylvania because of that redistricting. The really interesting thing that we're seeing.
This is getting this is getting like Democrats are mostly winning this one so far.
Pennsylvania prior to this, and there's the potential for 4 women to go to Congress from the state of Pennsylvania.
Well, true. I mean, though there is a chance Trump might run again for 2020.
That is the question, but chipping away at that 23 total that they need, George.
Okay, Republican, thanks very much. Cody Roberts, actually, before I call you, we do have our own projections from the state of Texas. Now, in the Senate race in the state of Texas, where we say now that Ted Cruz.
Oh, more results are coming in.
In the state.
Ted Cruz has just won for Senate in Texas by 3%. Republican, by the way.
That's a lit the fire in a lot of people, but this is still a very red state. It's moving. The growth of the Latino population. It's moving in Pennsylvania, gain run and probably a lose.
Yeah, and I'm still waiting for anybody to break the damn tie between Bill Nelson and Rick Scott.
But it's still a red state.
It's still a damn tie. Well, for governor, it's still very close so far by 1%. But it's still a tie between Bill Nelson and Rick Scott for Senate. By 50%, just clarifying. So I'm hoping somebody can break the tie there.
Well, you're looking at the breakdown of voters. You know, these are some interesting numbers coming in. Even if federal honesty probably can be pretty close. Some of the voters who get to come out of the polls, they set some records here for a midterm. 25% of the voters in Texas were Hispanic or Latino, 59% white. The issues in Texas driving this race, 38% said health care. That's not as far ahead as we've seen in some of the other states. 32% said immigration. That was, as you know, a big issue for Ted Cruz, pointing to the border wall, saying we must support this president better, saying we need more sensible immigration reform. 20%.
38% are health care are getting the most issues. 32% of immigration, 21%, and goes on. And would you look at that? 44%, only 44%. Trump's not a factor are motivating factors in the votes. And only 22 are supporting Trump on this, on the factors. More results are coming in, and Susan Wild has just won for House in Pennsylvania District 7.
This is the most significant win so far in Pennsylvania, because this was a true battleground district. This was a district that Hillary Clinton won, but she won by only 1%, and it's a big pickup in Pennsylvania for the Democrats.
We are seeing Pennsylvania come home the way.
Who just popped in here? Oh, someone's here. Okay. I see that.
It's true is that the Democrats work very hard to recruit these candidates, particularly these candidates.
More results are coming in. Guy, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but he just won Pennsylvania for District 4 in the House. 58% to 42%. Republican, by the way.
Conversation we've been having about redistricting here in the state. So interesting that despite the fact that most of the redrawing there favored Democrats in this one seat, obviously on Republicans. And let me just add another veteran.
Impressive. That I say that's impressive. That's impressive. I mean, wow. Yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, for those in the live chat, what do you think about the election so far? Because Democrats are killing it. It is. Of course. All I'm just hoping if someone can break the damn tie between Bill Nelson and Rick Scott, because it's still stuck at the damn 50. Yeah, it's still pretty close. It's getting pretty close with that. By 1%. Wow. Uh-huh. That's true that fact. Yes, very close. I know. Yes. Mm-hmm.
This is an ABC News election update. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos. And what we're reporting right now is that Republicans will keep the Senate. ABC News can project.
Well, update that Republicans are going to keep control of the Senate. That's what they're reporting on that as we speak. And Donald Trump, and more Donald Trump is coming out. Wonderful. There. Why is...
Votes where Kavanaugh loomed so large, she voted against Kavanaugh for the Supreme Court. The president hammered her over and over again with it. And when she made that vote, she said that she essentially said that she knew that she was stealing her political fate. Is that what we saw?
Oh, absolutely. And you can see Heidi Heitkamp's face when she made that decision in her interviews right afterward. But take a look. The exit polls shows us very clearly. Heidi Heitkamp's vote against Kavanaugh, 8% said it was the most important factor, but more telling is that second number right there. 34% say it was an important factor in their vote. Look at this. When you take a look at when did North Dakotans decide who they were going to vote for, it wasn't the last few days, it wasn't even last week. They made this decision sometime before. But remember what Heidi Heitkamp said. She said, do I want to continue to do work? Absolutely.
Very close here, I can say.
Do I want to sacrifice the Supreme Court? She said no. She took a stand on Kavanaugh. She voted for Neil Gorsuch. But to Brett Kavanaugh, she said no, and you knew almost immediately that she knew what this would mean for her.
It is. I can agree with that.
All watching heading into tonight because President Trump again had said that this is an election about the caravan and about Kavanaugh.
Oh, Donald Trump. Too much of that.
Liability into something that he went on the offense.
Too much of it.
To a discussion about accused men in this country who say that they deserve due process. All of this in the era of Me Too, George.
Some of our viewers can go back to their local news right now, but our coverage continues. Here in New York, we've just projected the Republicans will take the Senate tonight. We'll hold on and keep control of the Senate. We also have another result in from the state.
Oh, here comes more results are coming in.
Right now with the Democrat. Colin Allred has defeated.
Allred, a Democrat, has just won for Texas District 32 in the House.
Race in the state of Texas and City Baker, a big one for the Democrats.
It is, George, and it's one of these races that the Democrats were hoping could give them a leg up if Texas is going to change it, but start with a district like this.
Former NFL linebacker. Let's talk a little bit more about the Senate right now as well, though. Chris Christie, I want to bring you back in here. What we're actually seeing is a vindication in the Senate of the president's strategy on two fronts, where he campaigned, who he got to run.
Yeah, no, listen, yeah, absolutely, George. And I think, it was a good map for us, and the president played to the good map. And so when you look at Indiana, when you look at North Dakota, the places that were picked up, and we haven't seen yet what's going to happen in Arizona, what's going to happen in Nevada, what's going to happen in Missouri. This could be a 3 or 4 seat plus night for the president, which is huge for him in terms of continuing judicial nominations and having some leeway to play with there. And he's going to be replacing cabinet members, and he's going to need those folks confirmed too. All those things, adding these people are going to help.
With more of the Senate, majority, what it could be doing, Chair Moran, is hardening partisan divides in the country. Well, sure, obviously between the Senate and the House and out in the country, and that's what Donald Trump wants. Obviously, that's
So of course, that's what Donald Trump wants. Republican winning.
On the Kavanaugh effect, I wonder if it would have been the same.
Thank you.
That North Dakota race or others had it just been the first two unconstitutional issues. It was, I think, for many voters, the way it looked like Democrats played it, leaking it. It seemed at the last minute, just before the Senate vote, it alienated, perhaps even more deeply, a lot of voters. Mary Chris, did you see me second-guessing among Senate Democrats about how that all went down?
No, and actually, I was just out speaking with Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota. She told me she had no regrets about the way that this played out, no regrets about her decision. And what's interesting to Terry's point is she actually said that a lot of her decision to vote no on Kavanaugh had more to do with Brett Kavanaugh's temperament, the way he handled himself during those hearings, as well as obviously the other concerns about alleged sexual misconduct. But anyway, it was a broad reason for why she'd opposed it. But what's interesting, when you look at the numbers here, 34% say that her vote on Kavanaugh was important.
I know. It's like, someone break the damn tie already. I'm getting a little impatient.
Made up their mind early. It is a race, of course, that Donald Trump, or a state that Donald Trump carried about 36.
They were going to take a chance here. You see, try and catch my eye. What do you have there?
So as badly as things are going for Democrats in the Senate, these are some pretty good results in the House. Winning Texas 32, winning Staten Island is a pretty big upset, a surprising upset in a place that tends to like President Trump. So our forecast is now back up to showing a gain of 33 seats. It's about where we started the evening. Where it becomes higher or lower will depend on California.
Wait, that was an EKG, Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of heart failure. And right where it is right now, we're going to take a break.
Oh, yeah. Amendment 3, 69% voted to end dog racing by 2020. First of all, I don't know what dog racing even is. I don't want to know either. And that just rests my case. I'd rest my case. And when you think dog fighting is bad, yeah, it's illegal in all 50 states anyway. Yes. Live reaction. Okay, Central Florida decides are coming on. Let me see.
If you are joining us on WFTV, thank you for watching Central Florida Decides coverage of Election Night 2018.
It is exciting, isn't it? Let's get you caught up on some of the top races in the state. These are the latest numbers.
Still the same between DeSantis and Andrew Gilliam's for governor.
60,000 votes that separate these two. Let's go to Finn Sutton live at Andrew Gilliam's watch party in Tallahassee.
Yes.
Hoping for good news.
They're certainly hoping, but they're just not as enthusiastic as they were maybe an hour ago. Lots of glum faces, maybe thinking that it is over. Of course, we know it's not. Votes can come from anywhere, but people just aren't feeling it out here like they want. Seeing them come out and wipe off those, there they are again, wiping off the teleprompters, getting the podium ready for somebody. A lot of people exiting that building. We're expecting.
I don't know how this is going to turn out, but probably negatively, depending on severities.
And Channel 9's Christopher Heath joins us live at the Ron DeSantis watch party at the Rosen Center on I-Drive in Orlando. Chris, is the mood different there?
I can tell you something, Greg. It's anecdotal, but the staff here at the Rosen Center is restocking.
Oh, yeah, they are.
That could be one of two things. Either it's going to be a long night, they probably need some more glasses, or maybe they're getting ready to celebrate. I would guess, based on the way the numbers are coming in, it's been a bit of a trickle over the last 30, 40 minutes. They're figuring it's going to be a long night, but we're still getting numbers coming in. They feel good about where they're at. They feel good about the numbers that are outstanding, but obviously there is still a little bit of daylight there, and they want to make sure they put this thing to bed before they call the night. Back to you.
Of course. And it's still a damn tie. Wonderful.
We're talking about the difference of 60, almost 62,000 votes on this one. Channel 9's Channel Butler live.
It's not moving anywhere. Well, the number of voting has gone up, but the percentage is still the same.
First, who is live right now at Rick Scott's watch party in Naples. He's ahead by a little bit, Carla.
Yeah, you know, and I've been talking to Shannon about her party too. I think both parties are cautiously optimistic. It's really a subdued mood here. I can tell you that within the last few minutes, one thing that made the crowd here really excited was that projection now that ABC News is also reporting that the Republicans will retain the Senate. They're hoping that they can add their candidate's name to the list. It's still too early to call, and we still have not seen Florida Governor Rick Scott at his own party. We'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Meantime, Bill Nelson's trying to become the first four-term U.S. Senator in Florida, but will it happen? Let's check
that depends, really, if Bill Nelson or either one of them can break the tie with this vote.
Well, it's very subdued. It's hard to tell if it's because it's just getting late or it's because everybody's looking at those numbers. We've heard nothing from Senator Bill Nelson. He has made no public appearances today. He has not made any comment, any tweet, any post on Facebook. We don't know how he's feeling tonight, but you got to imagine he's been through this several times, and he knows right now those numbers are so tight, and he knows this could mean he loses that seat.
He has been there for a long time. In fact, one of the longest serving. And when you look at those numbers, you are right. Right now, 50.4% to 49.6%, with 99% of the precincts reporting. Again, right now, it looks like Rick Scott has enough of a lead there would not be a recount because that would be a 0.5%.
We're at 0.8.
Recount by 0.25, and we're at 0.8. If you're watching on Channel 9, we'll return you to ABC's National
Oh,
Program. See you from
wow.
News at 11.
And for those of you watching on TV 27 online, stay with us.
Impressive. I don't know how do you... Oh, brother. All I can say is, Donald Trump, this is on you. Uh-huh. Yeah, we all know that.
And we are back here in ABC News election headquarters here in New York. 10:30 here in the East. We have a result. First, we're going to show you the House and the Senate right there. So far in the House, the Democrats have picked up 13 seats on the way to 23 to take control. Republicans have extended their gains in the Senate. They have now picked up 2 seats in the Senate. We have a result coming out from the state of Kansas, the governor's race in the state of Kansas with the Democrat. State Senator Laura
It's just in Laura Kelly has just... Democrat Laura Kelly had just won governor for Kansas.
John Carl for President Trump. A big defeat. And keep in mind, this is a state
Uh-huh.
that Trump won by 21 points. But he endorsed Chris Kobach in the Republican primary, somebody who was simply radioactive for a lot of voters, even in conservative Kansas. Radioactive because of his hardline views on immigration.
Oh, more results are coming in.
And now he has lost. And you're hearing that chime because we have another switch in the House. This one comes from the state of Michigan, the 11th district in Michigan.
State of Michigan. Let's see what this is about. Democrat Haley Stevens has just won for House in Michigan District 11.
This one was expected to go to the Democrats. They brought it home to the
Yeah, 2 women, actually, female newcomers to this race there, George. And it really was billed as a Trump versus Obama race because Lena Epstein had chaired Trump's 2016 campaign in Michigan. And Democrats were really watching this to see that if she won this would be a big validation for his agenda. I'm sure they are celebrating over this one tonight. Healthcare was a very big issue in this race.
Democrats feeling better about the House right now. Let's take another look at the state of Virginia, where the Democrats also hoping to pick up some more seats there. Look at the Virginia 7th.
Oh wow, it's getting... Oh wow, it's getting pretty close between the Democrat Abigail Spanner 50 and Dave Bratt 49. Pretty close on the House for District 7 in Virginia. Okay, sure.
They certainly have been hoping that, but Abigail Spanberger, former CIA officer, there was a little
Oh boy.
because some of her records about being a CIA officer were released inadvertently
I wouldn't...
by the post office.
Good or bad, that's good, but at the same time, that could change.
Won this district by 6 points in 2014. Dave Bratt upset the House Majority Leader. Let's remember that Eric Cantor in a primary by taking a hard line on immigration, and he is a member of the Freedom Caucus.
And yeah, remember, Bruce, this is a real switch there in the House. Dave Bratt, one of the hardest of hardliners in the House Republican
caucus.
And he is not afraid to speak out. He is one of the most vocal members of that far-right caucus. To lose that voice will be interesting to see what that means then for the makeup of that particular group, that far-right Freedom Caucus in the House.
It has not happened yet. Nate, what are we seeing on your forecast right now for the House?
So we have Democrats back up to a gain of about 30
No kidding.
seats. It really has come full circle in a lot of ways. You're seeing them win, again, some of these tougher races right now. New York State, there are a lot of races out. Remember, polls here close at 9 p.m., so we're just starting to see returns reported. That could give Democrats some upside, potentially New York and California.
Upside for Democrats.
Oh, nice.
In Florida right now, we have those close races there for the Senate and governor in the state of Florida. Let's take a look at what we're seeing coming in now.
Oh, wow. An update on Senate. Rick Scott has climbed up a little bit to 51.
What are we seeing on where the vote's coming in?
Yeah, you're right.
Where Bill Nelson has dropped a little bit to 49.
Let's go up to the map. So we talked about Broward County, 99% reporting. Nelson at 69%, Scott at 31%.
Bill Nelson is a Democrat and Rick Scott is Republican.
Down in Miami-Dade, we go a little further south to Miami-Dade, 98% reporting, and Nelson's at 60%. Scott at 39%. Scott's still doing better than President Trump did in South Florida, but this race is really, really close, so that's why it has not been called. From what we've heard from our sources in the White House, President Trump is monitoring this state very closely.
So when he cares, but why don't you put up the governor's race while we're there in Florida?
All right. We'll go over to the map here. And what we had said earlier was that Gillum wasn't tracking with Nelson. He actually was doing slightly worse than... And it's a similar story here. It's gotten a little bit closer, but not as close as they wanted to be. Gillum's still under by, close to 70,000 votes there, 80,000 votes. But again, this one is so close to call, coming down to South Florida. We'll see how it ends up, but it's just these margins are so close in Florida, George.
But George, 99% of the vote is now in Broward County, 98% in Miami-Dade. Most of the vote down there in South Florida has been counted.
Now, it looks like the Republicans might be on their way to pulling this out.
Pulling it out in Florida, yes, and this looks like it's outside the margin of error for a recount. So, and of course, one thing here we've seen is that both Gillum and Nelson were way up in the polls. We've seen polls giving them 5, 6, 7% leads. But look how close it is tonight. And remember 2016 when we were sitting here and all of a sudden in Florida we first met the shy Trump voter, the voter that the surveys didn't pick up because they saw, hey, how uncool it was to be for a Republican. They made more embarrassing.
Oh, brother. that we keep dreaming. He's not here.
Was up to about 27%. That's only 27%. Let's go to Rick Johnson in Tallahassee.
George, I just wanted to pick up on what Brookie Roberts was saying about the Hispanic vote here. It is now 16.4% of the voting demographic here in the state of Florida and growing. But as Koki mentioned, that is a demographic that is changing within the demographic, in large part due to the tens of thousands of Puerto Ricans who have relocated here after Hurricane Maria. The estimates ranging from 50 to 75,000. It still remains to be seen how they would ultimately vote and if they would come out and vote. Of course, U.S. citizens are able to register and vote here in the state of Florida. But I also wanted to mention this. We're getting some information from our decision desk. We talked about how the vote across the state for both the Senate and the governor too close to call. And at this point, it's looking like if that margin stays within 1%, then we couldn't make a projection on that. Also, remember, the margin is a half a percentage point more or less. There would be an automatic recount. Not sure if that's in fact going to be the case. But if there wasn't a concern about the early returns, you certainly would have noticed it here at the Gillum headquarters here at Florida A&M University. It's still a party-like atmosphere. And this is the exact crowd that Democrats were hoping to get out. A largely African-American voting bloc. Also, youth, the college vote, they have been mostly dormant in elections in the past, in the major elections here. They were hoping, the Democrats, that they would turn out to vote. But I can't tell you enough how much Rick Scott and all those visits to Puerto Rico speaking in English and Spanish, how much that could have an impact on the new growing Hispanic population.
Okay, Rick Johnson, thanks very much. Before we go to break, let's check in on a couple of other Senate races that we're not ready to check.
Oh wow, getting pretty close between Senate for Arizona. Christine Sinema for a Democrat, 48, and Martha McSally for a Republican, 49. Getting pretty close there. Oh, more results are coming in for the House. Sean Casting, Democrats just won for the House in Illinois District 6.
Yes, and also another one of those moderate Republicans gone.
Another sign, we've seen many of them already tonight, that moderate Republicans and moderate Democrats are leaving Congress.
Take a break. We'll be right back.
Alright guys, what do you guys think of the election so far in the live chat? in the live chat so far, guys. What do you think about the election so far? Let me know in the live chat. What model? Uh-huh. Being idiotic as usual, probably. And of course, between what? Oh, wow. Oh, brother. I knew it would come to that. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. What do you guys think of the election so far? It's getting pretty close, actually. Let me know in the live chat. What do you guys think? Alright, let me see. Corey Seth posted something in the announcement. Let me see what this is about. Alright, we are back.
Here in New York, that's a look at what's happening inside in these midterm elections. So far, a lot of votes yet to come in. Democrats have picked up 14 seats. They need 23 to take control. Different story in the Senate tonight. Republicans have added to the majority so far, picking up 2 seats, the seats in Indiana and North Dakota. Also want to take a look at another red state right now where a Democrat is fighting for a life. Claire McCaskill in the state of Missouri.
Josh Hawley for Republican, 57, and clearly McCaskill, 40% for a Democrat for Senate of Missouri.
Very, very tough state for Democrats. John Carsh has come from behind before. This one's tough.
This one's really tough. This is a state that President Trump, then Donald Trump, won by 19 points. He's been there 5 times. He was there yesterday. He's campaigned hard. And she has a much stronger opponent. She had a deeply flawed opponent, you remember, 6 years ago. Much stronger opponent.
Yeah, we're going to come back to Missouri, but we have a call in the state of Ohio, governor's race in the state of Ohio.
State of Ohio, we got something for governor. Let's see what this is about. Mike DeWine, as we speak, has just won Republican for governor of Ohio. I know Andrew Huberta stated that earlier.
Of President Trump, Mike DeWine, an ally of President Trump. Big win there, Chris Christie, for the Republicans.
It's a huge win tonight, George. That race was really in doubt. I know folks in the Republican Governors Association were really concerned up to this weekend about which way that was going to go. And as we talked about 2020, having Mike DeWine as the governor is a much better option for Donald Trump than Richard Cordray. And so Mike DeWine, big win for him and big win for the president.
In Ohio, Matthew, they're always such a key in presidential elections.
Yeah, for years and years it was, but as we saw in this last election, a very close election, Donald Trump won it by 10 points. So it's beginning to move away from the swing status. And as we see in a year where Democrats did very well nationally, they weren't able to pick up the governor's race in Ohio.
Yeah, in fact, one of the things we saw is that in the Senate and the House, in the governor's race in State of Ohio, going very, very
a lot of split-ticket voters.
Yeah, and I also think that we're seeing sort of a sequel to 2016 in some ways here, where you have the Democrats kind of running up their vote totals in the urban areas and the cities, and then, you know, the Republicans just doing the same in rural areas. And we're seeing this divide between urban and rural America, this demographic problem. But also, I feel like I need to point out, a majority of Americans live in these places that are blue. And we're seeing kind of a restless blue majority and a very vocal red minority that happens to have a megaphone present in the White House.
And looks like we're heading to a split right now.
Candidates matter, George. Candidates matter. And you know, the candidate against Senator Sherrod Brown, not nearly as good a candidate as Mike DeWine. Candidates still matter in these races above demographics and everything else. Not a good candidate, you're not going to win.
Claire McCaskill in Missouri, I want to get back to that right now, has been a good candidate, but this one may be too tough for her. We're going to go back to Deborah Roberts in Missouri right now. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? Well, we're not hearing Deborah Roberts, which is too bad right there. Tom, why don't you go up to the board and show where the vote's coming in right now?
Yeah, we were talking about those two Americans that divide. Look at Missouri. This is what Claire McCaskill's up against right here. Look at all this red, George. It's going to be very, very hard. One of the reasons why we haven't called this race just yet is because a lot of the vote in both St. Louis County and the city of St. Louis right next door has not come in. Claire McCaskill, Senator McCaskill is doing very well there. But if we go just further south to the suburbs of St. Louis, Jefferson, this is a county that went for Obama and then flipped to Trump. Holly's up there. We go to the exurbs of St. Louis, same thing. A county that went for Obama, then flipped to Trump, Washington County. Holly's back up there. It's going to be very tough for Claire McCaskill. When you look at the sea of red in a state like Missouri, it's an uphill battle.
What we saw play out in this race gets at the issue that Republicans were trying to walk this fine line here. Claire McCaskill trying desperately to keep this race focused on that issue that she knows that healthcare is the top issue for voters in America, especially in that state. But her opponent, Josh Hawley, trying to walk this fine line. On one hand, saying that he wants to repeal Obamacare. As the state attorney general, he signed on to this lawsuit that would gut protections for pre-existing conditions. But at the same time, he said he wants to keep those protections separate and apart from Obamacare. It gets at this bigger issue that we've seen playing out in races across the country and really raises some concerns for Republicans. How are they going to walk that fine line? What are they going to do? Because ultimately, they don't actually have a plan.
Well, that's going to get to the question for Congress coming back. You know, that lawsuit is going to proceed. If it strikes down Obamacare, Congress is going to have one big issue on their plate.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, they would.
Own that. And this is, I want to come back to this theme of the moderates, especially in the Senate. McCaskill, you know, moderate to left. Heidi Heitkamp, moderate to conservative. Joe Donnelly, moderate to conservative. All, you know, we'll see what happens with McCaskill, but could all not be coming back.
Every one of those candidates, David, also tried to hump President Trump in some ways, even though they were opposing him on other issues. You can't be halfway on the issue.
Claire McCaskill even said, I sided with Donald Trump on 48% of the things he's offered his opinion on. I mean, this is the kind of language she was using in the end. In the very end of this race, she literally at town halls was asking people to stand up if they have a pre-existing condition or if they have a loved one with a pre-existing condition to drive home the point that her opponent was one of these who signed on to this lawsuit against Obamacare. But Josh Hawley did something very smart of his own with his ad about his 5-year-old son who they said they learned not long ago had a pre-existing condition and that he would fight to save him. But look at some of the exits coming in from Missouri. This is what Claire McCaskill's really up against. President Trump's job performance, half of the state very happy with what they're seeing so far. If we look at the issues in Missouri, healthcare is issue number one. I'm going to break it down for you. Pre-existing conditions. Look at this. They even believe in that state that the Democratic Party would do a better job with pre-existing conditions, but this is a state where Trump won by 18 points. That's what Claire McCaskill's up against. And one last thing I want to show you. When it comes to the Brett Kavanaugh vote, she voted against Brett Kavanaugh. 40% said it was an important factor. But again, George, this is a red state where Democratic senators are trying to hold on, paying a price for the Kavanaugh vote, because when you broaden out, look at the national perspective, only 43% 60% of voters who turned out today support Brett Kavanaugh. 48% oppose. It's really in these red states.
Immigration also became an issue for her towards the end because she ended up hugging Donald Trump on that, essentially endorsing his policies.
Oh, more results are coming in.
He basically ended up saying, "Oh, here's the chime."
You're hearing it because we have a call in the state of New York.
Alright, it just said Anthony Brindini, as Democrat, had just won the House for District New York 22 in the House.
Yeah, and this is a deep...
Up by 8%.
This is a district that Donald Trump won by 15 points, George. This is like Staten Island, another sign that the Democrats are winning in a district that Donald Trump dominated. What the Democrats do to the theme of candidates matter is they nominated a moderate. Anthony Brindisi is somebody who had an A rating from the NRA. Now, as this got tight, they switched him to an F in the end. But this was somebody who was very much a blue dog Democrat.
And we have another switch coming in from the state of Florida, the House of Florida.
Come on, please, let's see it.
Has defeated Congressman Carlos Corbetta, who is seeking a third term there in Florida. This was a pure toss.
Alright, Debbie Marzapalo, Democrat, has just won the House for Florida District 26.
He threatened to end the policy on birthright citizenship. So this has been an interesting race to watch. And we are now seeing Democrats sweep every single district that went for president.
We've got to stop now. We're going to pause so the rest of the nation can join us. Breaking news right now, Andrew Gillum, Tallahassee mayor, about to address his followers. It looks like he is going to concede to Ron DeSantis. Let's listen in.
Well, I tell you, it is quite a treat to see that y'all are still here. On behalf of Chris and Kristen, my wife RJ, our families, we could not be prouder of the way that we ran this race. We couldn't be prouder. We could not be more thankful for the support that was shown by each and every one of you all the way along this path. We recognize that, you know, we didn't win it tonight. We didn't win this transaction. But I want y'all to know that it's just a transaction. That what we believe in still holds true today.
Right.
I gotta tell you, as I stand here on the highest of 7 hills in Tallahassee, Florida, the campus that gave so much to me and to my wife RJ. Many days for those students who were around when we were here as students, we marched plenty of times from this very set up to the Capitol. We let our voices be heard. We didn't shrink from the challenges. We didn't shrink from power. We spoke truth to power. And just because we didn't always come out victorious, we didn't retreat. We stood up. We stood strong.
Right.
We spoke out because we recognized that we had power too. Earlier this evening, I called Mr. Ron DeSantis and congratulated him on what we expect will be him as the next governor of the great state of Florida. But I want you to know that in spite of our congratulating him on his victory this evening, nothing that we believe in is compromised. I still believe that we ought to pay teachers what they're worth. I still believe that.
Oh, yes. Very good.
I still believe that we ought to clean up our environment, our air, our water quality, our beaches, our shores. I still believe that we ought to have the kind of economy where people are able to work one job instead of 2 and 3 jobs in order to make ends meet. I'm extremely proud that this evening the voters of the state of Florida decided to pass Amendment 4. Proud about that. That is just one step closer to getting us where it is that we need to be as a state. Y'all, I want to encourage you not to give up. I want to encourage you to stick to the fight. I want you to know that every step of this way, even though I won't have the blessing of serving as the next governor of the state of Florida, I still plan to be on the front lines right alongside every single one of you when it comes to standing up for what it is that we believe in.
Right. Well done, sir.
All along the campaign trail, power sees nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. We still have to be willing to show up every single day and demand our seat at the table. We got to be willing, inside of elections and outside of elections. I still believe and I still trust the voters. We may not have all shown up in the way that we thought and hoped that we would, but I still believe that there are still more of us who believe in what is common and what is decent and what is right. And I believe one good always wins out over evil.
Woo! Andrew.
Many of you all along the trail heard me talk rather repeatedly about my grandmother. Someone pointed out that she was the real winner of the governor's race. My grandmother, who poured so much into us, because my mother and father, as I would often share, would have to get up so early in the morning and go off to work. They would load us up in the car and take us over to my grandmama's house where we would sleep just a little bit longer. And my grandmother would often have a ritual. It was a two-step ritual. The first phase of that is that she'd grab her bottle of olive oil, sometimes cooking oil, whatever the shiniest oil was that she could get her hands on. And she would build a cross across my forehead. It was her way of sending us out into the day with a blessing that no harm would come our way. And then she would have this refrain, where she would say, boy, go to school. Mind your teachers. Get your lesson. And one day bring that education home. She would say, bring it home for your little brother, your little sister who don't know what it is yet. Bring it home. Bring it home for that little boy down the street that you play with. God knows where he's going to end up. Bring it home. She said, bring it home for your mama and for your daddy who get out there every single day, going to work on somebody else's job in order to keep a roof over your head and clothes on your back and food on the table. Bring it home. As I shared with you on the campaign trail, I didn't always know what my grandmother was trying to communicate, but I would come to learn that what she was saying is that it wasn't just about me. Y'all, I'm reminded this evening that it is not about me. That it's not about my wife, not Chris King, not Kristen. This is about all of us.
Yes,
This is about
yes,
the
sir.
collective. This is about the belief that if we all do good, we can all do good.
Yes.
And we can do good by doing good. That if we all put our oars in the water and row in the same direction, that we can all get further than by ourselves. I still believe that to be true this evening. Even in defeat, I believe that to be true. The question is, we have a choice to make tomorrow.
Yes.
Are we going to wake up and bask in sorrow and defeat?
No.
Or are we going to get up and reassert ourselves to the mission at hand?
Get up and
Are we going
reassert.
to get up and fight for the things that we believe in? Are we going to get up and say that we still deserve our seat at the table?
Yes.
Look, I said before that I believe that we have to have a table in this thing that is long enough, that is wide enough, that is deep enough to fit all of us. I still believe that we got to have that table. But y'all, we're just going to have to do a little bit more work in order to build that table. We're going to have to do a little bit more in order to make our way to it. If there's not a chair there for us, let's pull up our own folding chair. Let's make sure that people know we plan to have a seat at this thing and that we will not be ignored, that we will not be pushed aside, that we will not be pushed into the shadows anymore, that we're here and that we are here to stay. Y'all, I have to tell you, I am blown away by the volunteers that joined with us on the trail. I'm blown away by you.
Andrew, whoa.
This was from the very beginning an extremely, extremely difficult task. I sincerely regret that I couldn't bring it home for you.
Woo!
I can guarantee you this. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, you know you better not go anywhere.
We're going to keep fighting.
Oh, yes. Keep fighting, buddy.
Keep working.
Yes.
We're going to keep believing.
Yes.
And in all of that, I believe that ultimately we will be victorious. We will be victorious. So I want you to know on behalf of our families that we're so appreciative and thankful for you. And we want you to know that we're going to continue to lift our great state in prayer. We're going to lift our great nation in prayer. And we believe at the end of the day that we, not us, but we will still have the victory.
Yes.
God bless you. God keep you.
Woo!
God bless the state of Florida.
Gilliam!
This great country that we get to call home.
Woo!
Take care, everybody.
Gilliam!
We were listening to the concession speech of Tallahassee Mayor Andrew Gillum, flanked to his right by Chris King, a Winter Park businessman who was his competitor than his running mate. RJ, his wife, kissing Chris King now. Kristen King, the wife of Chris King, again, Winter Park residents. You could see Chris King actually choking back tears, and then we saw it appeared to be at least a lump in the throat of Andrew Gillum, who gave a wonderful speech, quote, "I regret I couldn't bring it home to you," and that's when he choked up. But that was not the speech he thought he was going to deliver tonight. He thought it was going to be a victory speech based on the polls, based on the lead that the experts had said that he had, and it appeared that they were ready to celebrate and not to concede, yet he called Ron DeSantis.
He had class and he had dignity when he just spoke. He said, "We believe good in the long run outweighs evil." He still believes that teachers need to be paid more. People shouldn't have to work 4 jobs to make a living, and we need to care about our environment.
And in conclusion, this is what again, the people that voted for him, 3.9 million voted for Andrew Gillum. "I'm not going anywhere," is what he said.
No.
When you think about the number of people that voted for him, it exceeds the number of total votes in past midterm elections.
And DeSantis beat him by just 1 percentage point. We're talking about 79,000 votes.
Another razor thin. The last 2 governor races and this one all in the 1 percentile. Every vote does count. Let's go to Chris Heath. He is monitoring Ron DeSantis' camp. There's a look. It is now official. Ron DeSantis is the victor tonight, and Chris
Yes.
Heath is there. We have not seen Ron DeSantis yet. We do know that he did call and said that he congratulated his opponent. Andrew Gillum congratulated Ron DeSantis tonight a little while ago.
Yeah, the two spoke just a few moments ago, and then obviously, as is usual customs, the candidate who is defeated takes the stage first, gives their speech, and then exits, allowing some time for the candidate that's victorious to come out and address their supporters. And that's what we're waiting for. I just got done speaking to some of the Ron DeSantis campaign staff. They wouldn't put a timetable on it, but obviously they said they were waiting for Andrew Gillum to take the stage in Tallahassee to give his concession speech, and then they would be bringing the candidate out. So I'm not really sure what the timeline looks like, but once again, you already hit the nail on the head here. You talked about that 79,000 votes between the victor and the candidate that did not quite put it across the finish line. That is how close Florida has been in the last several elections, the last 2 gubernatorial elections, as well as the last presidential election between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Florida is a very, very close state. Both campaigns knew that going into today. But Ron DeSantis was able to really put together part of that Trump coalition and part of the Rick Scott coalition, because he won in pretty much the same way that Rick Scott was able to win twice. He was able to run up the margins in some of the more rural, sparsely populated counties. Out of the 67 counties in Florida, he was able to run the score about 60 of them, lose the other 7, but was able to get enough margin in those red counties to overcome it. And tonight we are waiting for Ron DeSantis to take the stage as the next governor-elect of Florida. We'll bring that to you when that happens. Now, live from Orlando, Christopher Heath, Channel 9, Eyewitness News.
All right, so that race is over. This one is not. There is a twist here, Martha. It is a very close race, too close to call. In fact, Bill Nelson, the incumbent, is calling for quite possibly an investigation into what's happening in one particular county.
He is not happy with the way the voting is going on in one particular county. And again, Rick Scott just leads by 0.7 percentage points. We're talking, Greg, about just over 56,000 votes. We're going to go live right now to Channel 9's Shannon Butler, who is with Senator Bill Nelson's campaign in Orlando. And Shannon Nelson says, well, this isn't there's several issues here. They said there's still some precincts out there, but there's two other issues. One issue, they said, is in Palm Beach County that 100,000 votes somewhere appeared into Rick Scott's pile, and they're not sure how that happened, so they're questioning that issue right now. The second issue is there was something wrong at two precincts in Broward County with the machines. They're actually taking the votes, putting them on flash drive, and now delivering somewhere where they can actually read those votes. Now, we didn't expect that we'd be out of this election, I don't think, with it just being clean. There are some questions right now in South Florida. Senator Bill Nelson's camp saying they are not doing anything now. They want both of these issues looked at. We could be here a while unless South Florida quickly resolves whatever issues they are. But for right now, you can see they put it up on the screen. Bill Nelson will not be conceding here. He is waiting until everything is counted before he will make any decision on that. They came out just a moment ago and said they are working on those issues, but we have no idea or update of when Broward or Palm Beach County's issues will be taken care of. This could be a long night, guys.
And we're gaining on the morning hour, so who knows? Let's go to Channel 9's Carla Ray live in Naples at Rick Scott's watch party. Carla, you heard Shannon's report. What's the reaction there?
And it's something I've actually been monitoring on Twitter tonight as well, as reporters in South Florida post some of these updates. I heard the one about Broward County, the news about Palm Beach. That is interesting. That's news to us here in the room as we are here for Governor Scott's watch party. That could be the reason why we haven't seen Governor Scott at all tonight. Typically, we don't see the candidate even when they're ahead until the other candidate concedes, makes that phone call, makes that speech. So if that hasn't happened from Nelson, that's probably why we haven't seen Governor Scott. It is a subdued party here. I would say that it is still a celebration. There have been some loud eruptions of cheers from this crowd here just within the last few minutes, as you saw Andrew Gillum give his concession speech up in Tallahassee. That made people here very happy as well, because they knew that if Gillum could drive Democrats to the polls, that would be a problem for them, regardless of Rick's name recognition and the fact that he's been our governor for the last 2 terms. So we will continue to watch it here. It could be a long night, as Shannon said, but we're in for the long haul. Back to you.
All right, interesting. And so I don't know if this impacts, maybe this is for our analyst right now. So if there's 100,000 that fell into the pile, according to Bill Nelson's camp, into Rick Scott's camp, go there. Okay, so let's just say that that happened. What reaction would Andrew Gillum's camp have, and do the two sides talk? I mean, could this then change that? Just because you conceded doesn't mean you necessarily lost, I don't believe. Let's go over to Vanessa Eccles, who has our... Oh, first we're going to...
We might have some movement with the Ron DeSantis camp. Christopher Heath is monitoring that. Someone's up. Not, obviously that's not Ron DeSantis.
So Chris, we understand your mic is open there. This is one of the...
That case has been a long-time supporter of Ron DeSantis. They sat on several of the same committees in Congress together. It's easy to want re-election tonight. It's down here in Atlanta with his friend. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Thank you. We are winning tonight because of
you, Florida, for your support. About 15 minutes ago, I spoke with Andrew Gillum, and he very graciously conceded the election. He was a very formidable opponent, and I wish him well. And
all right.
Other than serving our nation in uniform, the opportunity to serve as the 46th governor of the great state of Florida is the greatest professional honor of my life. Thank you, the people of Florida, for your faith, your support, and your trust you have placed in me. Not bad for a kid who started out making $6 an hour. Now, throughout the campaign, I knew the only thing I could fully control was how hard I worked. And while I was confident in achieving a victory, I was at peace knowing that I worked as hard as I possibly could, and I left everything out on the field. When he spoke to the Ohio Regiment towards the end of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln told the soldiers assembled before him that the free government for which they were fighting provided everyone with an open field and fair chance for their industry, enterprise, and intelligence. Lincoln was born on the frontier in obscure circumstances, yet he rose to the highest office in the land. He was living proof that these ideals those soldiers were fighting for were worth the sacrifice. And I think my election as governor of the nation's third largest state is further proof that, regardless of where you start out in life, if you work hard, if you do it for the right reasons, you can succeed in the United States of America. Now, when Casey and I launched this effort in January, the pundit class gave us no chance. And even today, the political and media class seem eager to write our obituary. But the great thing about our country is that every 2 years, the people have that one day in November where the elites don't call the shots, where they don't get to craft the narrative, and where they don't get to set the agenda. On election day, it's the voice of the people that rules. Now, as governor, I'll make sure Florida remains a low-tax state. We'll hold people in government accountable. We'll protect taxpayer dollars. We'll ensure that Floridians from all walks of life have that open field and fair chance to realize their dreams. And for those of you in high-tax states who may be contemplating investing in Florida, please know that we will remain open for business. And we will save you an awful lot in taxes if you bring your investment to Florida. There's a lot of people I have to thank, and unfortunately, I just can't thank everyone. But I can tell you this, my most significant and valued supporter, in spite of what the media may say, is standing right next to me, my wife, Casey. We met, by chance at a driving range and years ago, and she has been my best friend. She's the best wife anybody could ever have, and I very much hope, and I think I will be a great governor, but I can guarantee you on day one of all 50 states, Florida will have the best first lady in the country, my wife, Casey. I'd also like to thank my parents for all they did for me, especially my mother, who's a retired nurse, and we have 2 kids under 2. And so when you're running for governor in this massive state, always going in and out, it really has helped that she has been there helping us get through this really difficult process. So I love her very much, and I want to thank her. I also want to thank all the great volunteers that we had throughout the state of Florida. And the bottom line is I'm a vessel. I'm putting out the ideas, and I'm putting out the leadership, but you guys are the ones that really made this victory happen. You knocked on doors, you made calls, you waved signs, and you sent me your prayers all across the state of Florida. And truth be told, one of the reasons why I working so hard, and I did not want to let you down.
Wow.
I also want to thank our campaign staff who worked very, very hard throughout this process, starting with our campaign chairman, Susie Wiles, who's really the best in the business, and she worked and everyone worked so hard and were instrumental. And I want to thank our wonderful Lieutenant Governor-elect, Jeanette Nunez. Now, when we started the campaign and Jeanette got on the ticket, she was kind of our secret weapon, but I think now her force and presence has been witnessed by the entire state, and people know that we are getting a special woman to be our Lieutenant Governor. Ranking Hispanic female in the history of the state of Florida. I'd also like to thank Governor Rick Scott for his leadership as governor. We have an awful lot of opportunities in Florida, particularly building a stronger economy, and that is in large part due to the hard work of Rick Scott for 8 years, focusing on bringing Florida's economy back. It's never been better. We haven't reached our potential. That's what I'm going to work on doing. But Governor Scott has done a great job for the people of the state of Florida. And finally, I'd like to thank our president for standing by me when
Donald Trump.
necessarily the smart thing to do. Mr. President, I look forward to working with you to advance Florida's priorities. I think you're going to get tired of me calling you, asking you for things for Florida, but I look forward to that. I think we'll have a great partnership. I'm excited for the opportunities for Florida.
Oh yes, I am too.
To be able to serve as the leader of the state. When I was in Iraq, it didn't matter where our fellow service members came from. It didn't matter what they looked like. We all wore the same American flag patch on our uniform. We never thought about which of the folks back home we were fighting for. Were we fighting for Republicans? We were fighting for just Democrats? No, we stood for all Americans. Now, political campaigns are rough business and are often about highlighting our differences. And unfortunately, in this day and age, they too often spiral into outright demagoguery. But governing is different. Governing is about getting things done on behalf of the people of Florida, keeping the economy going, improving our water quality and environment, promoting public safety, and expanding educational opportunities. We need to build a Florida that's cleaner, safer, stronger, and that'll be my guiding light as governor. So you can count on me. If you're a low-income family and you're relying on a step-up for student scholarship, for your child to have education opportunities, you can count on me to keep that going. If you're somebody who is interested in protecting the environment that Floridians enjoy, you can count on me to stand for clean water, stop toxic algae, fight red tide, and restore the Everglades.
Yes.
Floridians can count on me to keep taxes low and to use our low-tax climate to drive more investment into the state of Florida. We can have real significant gains in manufacturing, technology, finance. That'll mean a broader economic base. It means higher paying jobs. You actually will end up raising more money for the government with low tax rates, so you can do things for environment and education and public safety. Law enforcement can count on me to stand by them. I was honored to have the support from almost every law enforcement agency or group in Florida, and there was not a single campaign stop I didn't go where someone in uniform didn't come up to me and say, "Sir, we're behind you, we're counting on you." So just understand, I appreciate the job you do to keep Floridians safe, and we'll stand by you 100%.
All right.
As a veteran, Floridians can count on me to stand up for our active duty military mission in the state of Florida and for our great veterans who have done so
so that we can end judicial activism and restore the constitutional order. So we've got an awful lot to do. We have a lot of opportunities, and I believe you have to turn the page on a political campaign, and you got to be willing to work with Floridians from all walks of life. I don't care if you were against me in the campaign. I want to work with you to advance our common priorities. If we think that way, I think I don't think that there's going to be limits to the amount of good we can do. So it's an honor to be here tonight as the governor-elect of the state of Florida. We're looking forward to getting going very, very quickly as we juggle 2 kids under 2 and all that goes with that.
Oh yes, cute kids. Loving it.
I will fight the good fight. I will finish the race, and I will keep the faith on behalf of the great state of Florida and the wonderful people we have here.
Yes, well done.
There's the confetti, and there's your new governor. State of Florida, Ron DeSantis pulls off a narrow victory, but in Florida we're used to governor races being decided by 1 percentage point. That's what's happened with Rick Scott the last 2 years. It's interesting that Jeanette Nunez is lieutenant governor, first Cuban American. Marco Rubio asked her. She left 8 years in the state legislature, but when you research her, this was interesting. I'm sure they'll have to smooth things over if they haven't. She had a negative tweet about Donald Trump in support of Marco Rubio, calling Donald Trump a con man. And now you see what's happened with Ron DeSantis now as our next governor. And then she said that she wished him well once he became president. So it's interesting. Politics, her loyalty to Marco Rubio, and Marco Rubio convinced her to be a part of that. And that could have pushed him to victory. Nunez, Cuban American. A lot of people came maybe out to support Ron DeSantis to support her.
Ron DeSantis, just 40 years old, conservative former congressman who, as we heard, has seen the endorsement of President Trump. He does not favor expanding Medicaid, the federal program that ensures many Floridians who are the poorest and most disabled of having insurance. He also says that
it's misused. That money would be misused.
He says that the state needs to stop siphoning money away, that's Gillum, from traditional public schools. DeSantis is in favor of the school choice movement. That is what he's known for. He says he wants to expand the state's voucher-like programs, which will allow lower-income students and those with disabilities to attend charter and private schools outside of their district. He also did not want to see gun reform, and he would not have voted for that.
And also, low tax state, he said he is going to invite those in high tax states to move to Florida. Let's get some analysis now from the Democratic side and the Republican side. Vanessa Eccles will have that coming up. Let's take a quick break, and we'll come back with our political analysts to break down what this means. And also, we have more news coming in now from the Senate race and those questionable ballots that Bill Nelson's camp has been talking about. That and more next here on Channel 9.
We're running.
In 2018, this race is
Okay. Hi guys, I know it's kind of late, but what do you think about this so far? Tell me in the comments below this video. I'm getting tired of being a little bit tired.
tonight's update on Eyewitness News.
Other than serving our nation in uniform, the opportunity to serve as the 46th governor of the great state of Florida is the greatest professional honor of my life. Thank you, the people of Florida, for your faith, your support, and your trust you have placed in me.
We didn't win it tonight. We didn't win this transaction. But I want y'all to know that it's just it, a transaction. That what we believe in still holds true today.
You just saw both candidates for governor speak live, and you've been watching us here on Channel 9 in the last 30 minutes. Democratic candidate for governor Andrew Gillum, with class and dignity, conceded the race to his opponent, Ron DeSantis. Good evening, I'm Martha Sigalski.
Hi. Great moment. The race obviously too close to call for hours, but Florida finally has a governor. It's been decided. Here's another look at those final numbers tonight. As you can see, in the narrowest of margins, which is what we're used to when it comes to deciding the governor's race in Florida, the last two have been decided by roughly 1 percentage point, and make it 3 for 3 with the Republican Ron DeSantis continuing the red wave when it comes to the governor's mansion. Some 20 years, a Republican in leadership, beating Andrew Gillum, the mayor of Tallahassee.
Ron DeSantis is our next governor. In the one race, well, we now know who will be for the governor. We're still waiting to see who is going to claim that Senate seat. Here's where they stand at this late hour between incumbent Bill Nelson and Governor Scott. It is down to 0.7 percentage points, or around 57,000 votes, that is making the difference in this race.
In terms of a recount, an automatic recount is with 0.5. There are still some votes out there. Obviously, this race too close to call. In fact, our ABC network partners say that they will likely not be calling this race tonight. It is just that close. Senator Bill Nelson has held his seat for 18 years. This evening, again, we don't know if he'll have another 6 years or not. Let's go to Channel 9's Carla Ray live in Naples at Rick Scott's watch party. Carla, lots of anxious people there. They are in the lead, though, according to these latest numbers.
Yeah, and just within the last 30 seconds, we heard for the first time a voice from the podium. I turned around to look and see if they were making some sort of announcement, but they just announced basically they wanted to let people continue to enjoy being here for a little while longer, is what the person said who came over. So we still have not seen the governor. We still do not know how this race is going to go. Shannon Butler has talked about this in some of her previous hits, and we're watching reports out of South Florida about some equipment malfunctions in the all-important Broward County, that there were some jump drives full of voter information that were being hand-delivered to the supervisor of elections office there. I know she's working to sort that out with Bill Nelson's camp, but here in Naples, we are still waiting. I would say people are cautiously optimistic. They are energized by what they've seen as far as Florida's governor's race, but they aren't really yet to say that they have this one in the bag. We'll, of course, keep you posted. Reporting live in Naples, Carla Ray, Channel 9, Eyewitness News. We want to go to Channel 9, Shannon Butler, who's with Senator Bill Nelson's campaign in Orlando. And Shannon, you talked about Broward and Palm Beach counties where Senator Nelson's camp says that they were questioning what was going on down there.
Well, they did question. It was about 90,000 votes that seemed to go to Rick Scott, and they didn't know why. It's possible it was just some kind of typo. It looks like the wrong may have been righted now, and that issue should be solved, but we're still talking about those issues in Broward County. We were told by Nelson's campaign that he would not be down here until this race was called. So it doesn't look like we will see him anytime soon, if at all tonight. We haven't seen him most of the day. He has been through this time and time again. This time, though, such a close race, and now there's issues in that 11th hour. It is possible that Senator Bill Nelson will wait until tomorrow until some kind of decision is made here on this race. We do not know any update yet from Broward County on those thumb drives, those flash drives that were delivered to the supervisor of elections, or even if that will make any kind of difference. But because it is so close here, Nelson's camp isn't willing to do anything, make any move just yet.
All right, Shannon, I just looked. 57,049 votes separate those two. Rick Scott leading Bill Nelson. Then there are 18 precincts that are yet to report, plus those other votes that are there.
can they make up that difference, that 57,000 vote difference? If it gets any closer, there could be a runoff.
Channel 9, a recount. There you go, a recount. No runoff. Channel 9 anchor George Estevez has a look at how those Senate votes are broken down to touch screen. George?
All right. Everyone at home, Greg, Martha, our analysts, here's what I've been looking at the past few minutes. I've been really breaking down this race, and it comes down to South Florida. Come on this ride with me. It is 2012, and Nelson is running for Senate. He wins by 1,000,000 votes. Let's put that aside. Fast forward 6 years later, boy, is Florida a different state. Here's what I'm going to get for you. Do you have those numbers yet? Right now, Dylan? Dylan's working out the math. So here we go. We're going to go, and we're going to tell you what he did and what he has not been able to do. What's the number? Dylan, our producer here. Thank you. 57.99? 57.99. That's the difference. Remember, 1,000,000 in 2012, and now we have 57. So here's the deal. We're going to go, and we're going to do this. I'm going to grab this map, and I'm going to say what Nelson has been able to do. He's been able to go ahead and get Pinellas County. He's been able to go ahead and get Hillsborough County. That did not happen when Rubio was running. What else happened? He was also having trouble with Monroe. He could not get Monroe. But here is really a fascinating breakdown. Let's start with Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County, last time, when he was up, 230,000 votes. Now he's only winning by 165,000 votes. Let's put that down. Let's close this. Let's go further north. Fort Lauderdale, Broward County. When he won last time, it was 164,000 votes he won by. Well, now we're only at about 100,000 votes. He's not winning as big as he was winning before. One last example. Let's put that down. And let's go right here. Again, another example. You see the breakdown, 329. Nelson, yeah, he's winning, but he's only winning by 100,000 votes. So that is really the fascinating part when you break this down. Nelson was able to not bring out as many people as Scott. Again, no blue wave, red rally. That's what we're seeing here. Let's go ahead and figure out exactly what this means now. So, I mean, Vanessa, this probably has to get you thinking about, are we still a swing state? Or are we, like, what's going on here?
It's amazing what we're seeing tonight. Take over, let's talk a little bit about that.
Well, look, there's no doubt we're a swing state. These elections are within 1 point of each other.
Yeah.
And the last 3 governor's races have been within 1 point of each other. Our demographics continue to change. The state of Florida continues to be the fastest growing state in the country. And our demographics will change, and we'll be a swing state for a long time.
I was going to say, before we talk about what's going to happen with Congresswoman Denny's talking about the House, one thing about the governor's race, when you were here with us for the primary election, you said whoever wins this governor's race in Florida needs to have a Hispanic or Latino or Latina as part of the ticket.
I think what I said that night was whoever wants to win this race needs a female Latina to run on their ticket, because this state is so strong with the Latinos. The Latinos tend to vote and support Latinos, and ignoring that entire base is you do by mistake. So even if it only made 2 or 3 points of difference in a race like this, where you win by 60,000 votes, you've got to talk to everybody in the state.
And Congresswoman Dennis, let's talk about what this is going to mean when we talk about Washington and if a Democratic control of the House. First of all, there's all this talk about this going to mean more investigations, impeachment proceedings, and all of that. What's it going to mean?
Well, you know, one of the things that I have heard traveling all over the country, trying to help other candidates take back the House, help us take back the House, is that even voters on the other side of the aisle want checks and balances in Washington, D.C. We are not behaving like the country that we say we are, where there's civility, where we're able to reach across the aisle and work together. And so taking back the House, people want us to do our jobs. I believe that there are still some unanswered questions out there as it pertains to the Russia investigation with Bob Mueller. Republicans and Democrats have said, let him finish his job. Let him do the work. He's a well-respected veteran who is a registered Republican, by the way. And people on both sides of the aisle want to see where that investigation takes us. If there are, you know, as a member of the House Judiciary Committee, I do believe there are some unanswered questions about some things that have come out of the White House. And I believe the Judiciary Committee will be well poised to make sure that we have the hearings that we need to get answers to the questions that are still unanswered.
We expect there's going to be a tough battle here for Speaker of the House. Are you going to support Nancy Pelosi?
which I think we are well positioned, then we would have taken back the House of Representatives, gaining at least 23 seats under Nancy Pelosi's leadership. And so I think that the ability to take back the House equals her effectiveness. Do we need to also in our Democratic caucus talk about a secession plan, looking down the road for the future? Of course we need to do that. But if we take the House back tonight, that proves to me she's been very effective, and yes, I will support her.
All right. We have had quite a night so far.
Yes.
We talked about close races, that's exactly what I said. And both of you tonight have talked about the big issues, turnout, and talked about early voting, that it was going to have a tremendous impact. And we've seen that tonight in these races.
No doubt. No doubt. Look, this is one for the record books. And we may be here for a while. I don't understand what Senator Nelson is complaining about in Broward. I mean, Rick Scott, based upon the numbers looking at Broward, received 183,000 votes, and Bill Nelson received 400 and something thousand votes. You can't dump 100,000 votes. He would have gotten more than 88,000 votes. So I don't understand the numbers. I don't understand what they're saying. Hopefully this will be cleared up quickly, and we can just end this and move on.
Yeah, and let me just say, there's a question about 90,000 votes out there in Broward County, and Senator Nelson is losing by 57,000. I think he has every right to make sure that every vote is counted and every vote is counted properly.
Oh, yes.
We'll see where it takes us.
And he says not want to concede tonight. And we talked earlier this evening about Broward County always causing some problems. So
they need a Republican supervisor of elections.
Guess we're not talking about jazz. Remember that? Yes, we do remember that. We certainly do. All right. Greg Martha, back over to you.
Bill Nelson, will he become the first person to be a four-term U.S. Senator, or is the run end at 3? Here's the answer to that question. We don't know, and it may be in the early hours when Eyewitness News this morning starts. But we're going to stay with you. We're trying to figure out what's going on with that one big race. In terms of the amendments, all but one passed. Everything else is going to be in the Constitution. We'll be right back. Happy anniversary.
Wow. Can you guys believe that? There's issues. We still have not gotten a result between Bill Nelson and Rick Scott. Can you guys believe that? Dang. Wow. What do you guys think about it? I want to hear your guys' thoughts in the live chat below. But dang. Oh my word, this is gonna be a while, I can tell you that much.
some live pics we have at Governor Rick Scott's campaign, where someone just took the stage a short time ago, making some type of claim here. We've already heard that ABC News is not even calling this race. Nelson has got some questions regarding some precincts, Palm Beach County and Broward County in South Florida. So right now we're waiting. We're hearing that possibly Governor Rick Scott will be taking the stage to talk about this Senate race.
Let's bring in Channel 9's Carla Ray, who heard that. We heard it over our earpiece, some screaming there. Carla, what did you hear and what's happening?
Yes, Barbara, Buster, but a winning race in here.
You have the rounds on this microphone. Nice healthy return, Michael. Always. And we're listening to Mike's. This is breaking news right now. Bringing Nate here from Rick Scott. And let's go ahead as we continue to try to pull in her microphone, letting you know that while Nelson's camp is saying they're not ready to decide, Carla Ray is there. We see her.
She's working on her sound.
Microphone. It's hectic right now. This is huge. This is an unprecedented victory when you have a person.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. And it looks
can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, so I'm going to step in here if you guys can hear me and see me. I'm going to stay out of the picture so that we can keep an eye on the podium here. Just within the last minute or so, Governor Scott's campaign manager came out and said even though they have not received a call from Senator Nelson, they are calling it. They have called it a big win, and they introduced Governor Scott as the next senator of Florida. So we are expecting to hear from him any moment now. This is kind of unprecedented. Normally, candidates will wait to get that call from their opponent to concede. They haven't gotten that. They acknowledged that. We heard from Shannon Butler throughout her reporting tonight that they don't intend to concede from Nelson's camp tonight until they've gotten every vote in. There are some questions about what's happening in Broward County, and we're taking a look right now up toward the podium. It appears that Governor Scott is here in the building right now. He's walking up to the podium. Some of these signs are posted here, so there he is, Governor Rick Scott. He is going to declare himself the winner tonight as Florida's next senator. I'm going to let you listen.
Hard to believe we're here tonight. Now that this campaign is behind us, that's where we're going to leave it. At least the campaigns I've been involved in are divisive and they're tough. And it really is actually way too nasty. But you know what? We've done this for over 200 years, and after these campaigns, we come together. And that's what we're going to do. Americans come together. So, thank you to all of you, because everybody in this room has been a part of it. But the first person I want to thank is my lovely wife, Ann. We've been together since we were 19 years old, and I put her through a lot of things. So the last 8 years has been a lot. As you all know, when Hurricane Michael hit, a young lady did not have an interest in giving campaign speeches. When I decided to run in 2010 because she was afraid of public speaking, I asked her if she would go on the campaign trail, and she did. Our daughters, Allison
families.
Alright, Rick Scott claimed victory.
I love my family. I love my family with all my heart, and I love every family in this state. And my goal is to make this a better place for every family in this state. Every family. There are a couple people looking down from heaven I want to recognize. I had the most wonderful mom.
Red Scott, woo!
My mom was a single mom, and she ultimately raised 5 kids in a very tough environment with no money. She never would believe that I'd be a governor or a U.S. senator. I guess she believed me. The second person who's following the video a second ago is Jerry Bustamante. Everybody in our office and everybody on this campaign team, she was our best friend. And she unfortunately died the day before the campaign started. And pienso en Jerry todos los días y espero que esté orgulloso de mi España. Mi familia está aquí esta noche y quiero agradecerles por haber creado una mujer tan maravillosa y me alegro haber tenido la oportunidad de cocinarla. Nunca la
What language is he speaking?
We all love Jerry, and we all love my mom. The next person I want to thank is Jackie Schutz. She has been by my side since my first year in office, and she built a great campaign team, and they worked day and night. So Jackie and the entire team, thank you. I also want to thank Brad Pikenbrick. Brad, my chief of staff. I'm sure where he is. But Brad's my chief of staff, and he has done a great job. I want to thank my entire team in the governor's office, all of our agency heads. They have done a great job making this a place where everybody wants to live.
Alright.
In this race, a lot of people. I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank Vice President Pence. I want to thank former President George W. Bush. I want to thank former Governor Jeb Bush. There's a lot of people that came down to make sure we got the vote out. I want to thank Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator Cory Gardner. I want to thank everybody from Puerto Rico that came. I want to thank Congresswoman Jennifer Gonzalez-Colón. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor, Luis Rivera-Marin. I want to thank Senator Marco Rubio. And my Lieutenant Governor, Carlos López Quintero. Lo más importante en esta campaña ha sido el trabajo de todos nuestros donantes voluntarios en colaboración. Lo que tenemos hoy es el testimonio de su compromiso para hacer de nuestro estado el mejor lugar para todas las familias en nuestro estado. There's going to be, there's going to be a lot of pundits who are going to analyze this race. There's a lot of people going to
And every country would love to have the economy of the USA. We are the envy of the world, and Florida is the envy of the United States. When you see all the success, it's shocking to see that people actually suggesting we embrace socialism. Socialism will not happen in our nation, and it's not going to happen under my watch.
Yes, sir.
I didn't go to Tallahassee 8 years ago to be everybody's friend. I'm now going to D.C. to win a popularity contest. I'm going to D.C. to get something done. I put out a 10-point plan that I believe in. I know the press corps in Florida decided not to read it or spend any time on it. We all know that change is never popular, especially when you're talking about how you're going to change government. But I brought a business perspective to Tallahassee 8 years ago, and I tried to use every effort I could to change the direction of the state of Florida, and together we did.
Woo!
Together we reinvented state government in Florida, and we're going to do the same thing in D.C. The federal government is frustrating. It's outdated. It's wasteful, and it's inefficient. All of us in state government have dealt with the federal government over the last 8 years, and we can tell you story after story after story. Now, I just want one individual, but there's a lot of other individuals in D.C. that want to do the same thing. And I'm going to work with them, and we will change, like we did in Florida, the direction of Washington, D.C. We didn't accept government incompetence in Tallahassee. We're not going to accept it in D.C. I will not accept it as your new U.S. Senator. Now, 4 weeks ago, we had a horrible hurricane that hit our state, Hurricane Michael. 14-foot storm surge, 140, 150 mile an hour winds, unbelievable devastation. But you know what I saw with it? Is people came together. People from all over this country came down here to help us. People didn't say, are you Republican? Are you Democrat? No, they said, do you need water? Do you need food? Do you need a tarp? What can I do to help you? Do you need a generator? And they did. From all over the state to all over this country, people came together. We can do the exact same thing in Washington. We all want this to be a better place for each of our families. We can make change. We did it over the last 8 years in Tallahassee. We can do it in Washington, D.C.
Yep.
I'm never going to give up on this country. I was blessed to live in the family I did growing up, and I will never give up. God bless every one of you. God bless our great country. Let's get to work.
Red Scott. Woo!
With no concession speaks. He says he's the next U.S. Senator of Florida. It's not official. It has not officially been called. As we sit tonight, 57,514 votes separate Rick Scott from, again, the three-term incumbent, who now will have to wait and see what Bill Nelson's camp has to say. This was the narrowest of victories for Governor Scott. You thought his two governor races were close. This one very close. So what is the Nelson camp going to do now? Because you just heard a victory speech.
Normally the other candidate calls to concede, but we do know right now that Bill Nelson and his team are behind closed doors because Jenna Butler, I've been following you on Twitter, and what are they telling you?
Well, his camp is actually in an office right next door to the room we're in. The door has been cracked open most of the night with staffers going in and out. Those doors are now shut. His chief of staff and several other staffers are behind those closed doors talking about whatever they're talking about. We have asked, we've been standing out there, give us an update. What are you going to do? Because we had heard that he may not, in fact, come out tonight, that we're still working on issues in Broward and in Palm Beach. We don't know what they've sorted out, what they've decided on here. His staff is saying nothing. We have heard nothing from Senator Bill Nelson all today, and we
still aren't hearing it tonight. We do not know. In fact, there was a sound guy here that was working on all of this. One of the staff members went into that room and said, "Hey, can we let these guys go, or are you coming out?" She came out and told me, "Sorry, honey, I still don't have any answers for you." So we do not know what he will do. We could be here all night, or he may come out and say, "We'll see you tomorrow." We just don't have any of answers yet.
All right, again, it's difficult when it's this close, and if this holds, and Governor Scott is in fact the new U.S. Senator, it'll be the first time Florida's had 2 GOP senators together in 100 years.
And what triggers a recount here would be 0.5 percentage points. Right now we're at 0.7 with this particular race. And of course, we're going to be staying in the newsroom all night watching for all the updates that come in. We will be on the air a half hour earlier than usual tomorrow, so get up at 4:30 in the morning. Be sure to tune in to Eyewitness News. And you can also follow all the results live on WFTV.com.
We know we have a new governor. We don't have the official U.S. Senator, although Scott seems to think that he is. We may well be. Thanks for making Eyewitness News your home for a midterm election day and night and now morning with record-breaking voter turnout. We'll see you again tomorrow. Take care.
Bye. Okay. Okay, guys. That is going to be it for this. Sorry, guys, it took too long, but I was waiting to see if we could get to the news. But anyways, they said that the election is over. Now, update you on this, guys. Governor Rick Scott has gave his camp victory speech, though the vote has not been official because they're still investigating on this right now. If possible, we might not get the results till tomorrow morning, at the very least. So yeah, but I will say if it's at this point, I think Governor Rick Scott is probably gonna get the win here. So we're gonna have to find out on that. Anyways, guys, that is gonna probably do it for this live reaction. This has been the longest reaction we ever had. Thank you so much for coming into my live stream. Commenting down below, watching the live. Oh yeah. I'm probably not gonna stay up for that because I need to get to bed. Anyways, guys, that's gonna probably do it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys my next video coming. Before we do, here's some of the effects. Beam, flash, pop, crash, glow, stare, more, bubble. Dance, body, dance, body. Okay. Dream. Clamor. I might have it. I'll think about it, Andrew. I'll think about it. Silver screen. Haunt. Sketch. There we go. Anyways, y'all, that is gonna probably do it for tonight's episode for this live react. Thank you guys so much for watching this live stream all night with me, with all the views and things. Thank you guys so much. If you guys like this live stream, want to see more of my live stream on my channel, be sure to subscribe to my channel. Hit me up on the comments below this video. Be sure to subscribe to my channel, hit the bell icon so you won't miss any more of the content I post on my channel. Help me get up to 500 subscribers by the end of the year. And with that being said, that's going to do it for tonight's live stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. Be sure to like this live stream, share it to all your friends and everybody else. That is good. So yeah, that's going to do it. And I'll see you guys in my next one. Peace out. Good night, everybody. Take care.